you had not shown any interest of wanting to be a member of the board of Eskom. You were just approached and to ask whether you would be interested, and you supplied your CV, and in due course you were appointed. So one just wonders whether, without your knowing, it may be that you were identified as somebody that they would like to go get onto the board in the belief on their part that maybe you would do whatever they might want you to do, and maybe you were got rid of ultimately, maybe because you didn't prove to be what they wanted. So you see the thinking.
Yes, I see.
Yes, but it's just that these allegations are there that they were influential, trying to put people that they wanted in certain positions for their own purposes.
In fact, Chairman, you speaking about their demonstration of their power, you just reminded me of something which I omitted to mention. It just occurred to me now as you were speaking. In one of those visits when I was at Saxon World, at their residence, what happened is that Tony Gupta produced something. He said, I want you to look at something, but I can't give it to you. I said, okay, what is that? He showed me transcripts of, I think it was SMS or messages, in any case, telephone messages. And these were conversations amongst the board, my board members, who at the time, this is now the previous board before the new board. They happened to have an SMS or a WhatsApp group that they used to talk about the business of the company. I was not part of that group, but he then shows me, and I read this and I see that, you know, it's a discussion by all the various board members. Well, I'd say maybe about half of the board, maybe 3/4 of the board. And I was quite taken aback. I said, where do you get this from? He said, don't worry about that, Chairman. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to let you know that we've got our own sources. So I took this to be kind of a power play. You know? It says, listen, if you mess with me, this is
I will find out if you, what you say, some people will tell me, or whatever you do, they will tell me.
Correct.
Well, that's quite an important piece of information. And you say that the members of the WhatsApp group that were taking part in that conversation, it was about half the board.
Yes, it was about half or just maybe 2/3 of the board.
Yes. That's quite significant. I know I have read a report of some investigation, I don't know if it's a Fundudzi report, which said their investigations revealed that at a certain time, and I can't remember which year, at a certain time, a number of board members at Eskom and Transnet, I think, and Lell, were people who seemed to have some or other association with the Guptas. And in regard to some, that report reflected that their CVs had gone to the Department of Public Enterprises, the Office of the Minister, through a Gupta-related email address. And I think that either that report or another one also linked at a certain time most of the members of the the Lell board as associated in one way or another with the Guptas. So it's all of these things that make one think when you hear statements like, we are the ones who put you there, we can take you out, or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, maybe we should go into that point before we move away from it.
Yes.
Because Mr. Tsotsi deals with a part of it already in his affidavit. Mr. Tsotsi, that's on page 25 of your affidavit. It starts on page 25 under the heading Salim Essa. Although what you do there is to deal with the composition of the subcommittees. Are you there on page 25 or paragraph 20, under paragraph 20? You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So my first encounter with Mr. Essa was at one of the TNA breakfast. So that's the first encounter. You turn the page 26, paragraph 20.3. And there you say the other occasion was when the new board came into being, where I was required to place board members in subcommittees of the board. Salim Essa sent me his configuration and asked that I pass it on to the minister as my submission. Well, this is about the subcommittees. The chairperson was specifically asking about the board itself. So your affidavit deals with the composition of the subcommittees, but maybe it's related. Let's hear how you deal with it. 20.4 then says, I quietly ignored his submission and sent mine to the minister, whereupon the minister responded with the exact submission I had received from Salim Essa. I kept going back and forth with this process of chopping and changing the allocations with the minister until she called me to a meeting. At the meeting was Salim Essa and Tony Gupta. She merely informed me that the board allocations will be the way she had sent to me. This she did in the presence of these two gentlemen. Then you go on to say, I did not know if Mr. Essa had any involvement in my resignation from the board. Mr. Essa was never present at any of the meetings I had with Tony Gupta. Now, I believe that this aspect did come up on the first occasion that you testified here before this commission, and that the chairperson asked you whether you have that submission, a copy of that submission given to you by Mr. Essa, and your submission to the minister, and the minister's submission to you. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And can you recall whether you do have copies of those submissions?
No, I don't have them. I never had them.
No, what do you mean you never had? Because
No,
you did receive.
I'm talking about the last time I was here. I hadn't had them.
I see.
And did you try to get them after the last time, or was it a situation where you couldn't really try? You would have no idea where to start because of the lapse of time.
Chair, I remember when I left, we had agreed I'd make an attempt to try to get them, or at least get information that would corroborate what I was saying. I tried to get them through Eskom, but I was not successful. And the people who were working with me at the time, they don't have any, they didn't have any of the material, nor did they have any sight of what I'd done.
Would you have received them, those that you received from both Mr. Essa and the minister, would you have received them through your personal laptop, computer, or it would have been an Eskom computer? And those that you sent to the minister, do you know?
What my recollection is that it was an Eskom email.
Eskom computer?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Well, I don't know, Mr. Selek. You might wish to talk to investigators.
Yes.
You know, sometimes they have ways of unearthing documents that you don't think can be found. So that should be tried.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We will certainly do such a.
Yes. And
I
then
know that I had made the same request to Mr. Tsotsi.
Oh.
Yeah. To search. And it came out again with a not. But we will do further research.
Yeah. Okay, all right. It's just that if we could find those documents, it would be great. But if we don't find them, then we don't find them. I just want us to at least try.
Yes.
Yeah.
I accept.
Yeah. Well, you know, in this commission, the commission has been lucky sometimes. I said to the legal team dealing with Busasa and the investigation team, they must go to the Victoria guest house where Mr. Agrizi had said Ms. Nomvula Mukonyane's 50th birthday party had been held. And I said they need to talk to the owners there, try and find out whether there was such a thing. And they went there. And interestingly, although the owner said, no, we didn't host the 50th birthday party for Ms. Mukonyan, but he said we did host the 40th, which was 18 years ago. But he was able to get invoices of 18 years ago. So those were put up.
Yes.
I also said in relation to Busasa, legal team and the investigation team, because there was two different versions about whether Busasa had done some work at the Mukonyane home. They must try and trace the people who had allegedly done work there. And I was told one of them had emigrated to New Zealand. And I said to them, well, follow him. He might just be able to confirm or not confirm. And they found him and he said, I've looked and I've actually found invoices of 2014, 2015. I did work in the house. Here are the invoices. And he did an affidavit and attached. So I'm saying the investigators of the commission somehow are able to get some very old documents.
Yes.
And the one that Mr. Tsotsi is talking about are not 18 years old.
Only 5 years ago.
Yeah. So they should try.
Yes. Mr. Tsotsi, would you have received the submission from the minister of the list by way of email as well?
Yes, it came back by email, because the minister was, if I recall, she was in Mozambique at that time.
But then you say she called you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selek, I just want to get this out of the way in relation to these documents.
Yes.
In paragraph 20.1 of your affidavit, you say it was in mid-2014 when you met Mr. Salim Essa for the first time, but you don't say whether the rest of what you discuss under that, these documents, whether that was mid-2014 or whether it was 2015. In other words, was it in relation to the new board that came in December, or was it the first board that you chaired?
This was actually in December, Chairman.
Oh, this was in December.
December 2014.
Oh, okay. So it was in relation to the new board.
To the new board, yes.
Oh, that's quite interesting. That may explain certain things. That may explain certain things. Yeah, okay, all right. So this was in December
Yes, in December
2014,
2014.
after the new board had been appointed.
Correct, yes.
Yes. Mr. Selega, take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, we've seen yesterday that you have also used or have received documentation emailed to you from what you said was your private email address.
Yes.
Could that not have been used as well on this occasion?
No. No.
Could you assist us with access to that?
Yeah, I can give you
Email
my email
account.
address, but it's not the one I'm using now. It's the defunct email. But the reason I'm saying it couldn't have been is because I knew that I needed to communicate with the minister, and I could not communicate with her on the private email. So it was an Eskom email.
No, I'm talking your email, the email you received from Mr. Essa.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
I don't recall what the email address is. I would have a hard time trying to remember what that email address was. Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Salika, you can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. You see, there is a report, a Fundutsi report. We have incorporated it into your bundle, Mr. Tsotsi, an extract from that report, just to finalize on this aspect. It's in the smaller bundle, which is Eskom bundle 07B. On page 1093.
Page 1093.
1093, that's the beginning of the extract from the report, Chairperson. I quickly want to draw your attention, Mr. Tsotsi, from that extract of the Fundutsi report to page 1099. It's paragraph 14.8 with the heading, the appointment of the Eskom board. Just to give you a sense of what the chairperson is talking about, I'm going to read from that report. It says, during our review of the DPE, that's the Fundutsi, emails, we determined that info portal 1 at zoho.com played a role in the composition of various Eskom board subcommittees. We determined that on 6 March 2015, infoportal1@zoho.com sent an email titled Eskom Committee to Davids on email address styled ankimwc@gmail.com, proposing various Eskom subcommittees. The following committees were proposed in the said email from infoportal1@zoho.com to Davids. And then they give you a list. For audit and risk, number 1 is New Lady CA, Chair. The next is Viroshni Naidu, Nazia Karim, Romeo Kumalo, and Norman Baloy. You see that? The next is the tender and procurement. The names are as follows: Ben Gubani, Zitembe Koza, Nazia Karim, and Chwaita Mabude. And it carries on with the IF. What is IFC?
It's IFC now. Investment and Finance Committee.
Investment and Finance Committee,
Yes.
Thank you. And you have the names also for IFC, for People and Governance, for Social Ethics. Let me read People and Governance, because that name has come up here often. You have Chwaita Mabude, Ben Gubani. They have Chwaita Mabude twice. First as a chair and then as a member. Romeo Kumalo, Venita Klein. You are familiar with these names, Mr. Tsutsi?
Yes, Chair.
Were these members of the board
Yes,
of December 2014?
that's correct.
And these were according to this research report, the names that were being proposed by an email coming from InfoPortal for the composition of the subcommittees.
I see that,
You
yes.
see that. Now, if you go back in memory, can you recall whether you received a list that would have compartmentalized those names in the manner it is done here? In the sense that under this subcommittee, these are the names. In this subcommittee, these are the names. Is that what the submission would have been to you?
I don't recall, Chair, receiving any of this information.
No, please, no, understand me, sorry. I'm saying the email from Mr. Essa
Yes,
that you say you had received from him,
Okay.
or the submission you received from him, would it have done what is happening here?
precisely.
And is the position, I mean, you have already said that you sent your list to the minister,
Correct.
which was different from the list that Mr. Essa had sent to you.
Yes,
And the minister's response was to send you a list that was exactly the same as Mr. Essa's list. Is that right?
correct.
And you have said that, I don't know whether you said it or I read it somewhere, but understand that ultimately the minister said to you, the composition of the various committees would be as set out in her list.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that what happened? Or was her list implemented in the composition of the different committees or subcommittees of the board?
That's exactly how the first composition of the boards was done, yes.
Yes. So which would mean that the composition of the various committees of the board for the December 2014 board were in accordance with the wishes of Mr. Essa.
Correct.
which may have happened to be the same as those of the minister?
They were the same.
Yes. Okay. Would you be able, when you look at this composition of these committees, it might be difficult, would you be able to remember whether this composition is in accordance with exactly the various committees that were established? Or at least maybe in regard to the chairs, that might be easier to remember than every member. But if you can't remember, I will understand. It's been a few years.
No, I'm more likely to remember the committees that I was involved in.
Yeah, okay.
I certainly remember that Kwaita Mabuda was the chairperson of the People and Governance.
Yes.
Because I remember that one.
And Dr. Ngubane in tender and procurement, do you remember? Or not really?
I remember that Mark Paminsky was the chairperson of the IFC. That I remember.
That you remember?
Yes.
Yes. So at least two you can remember. Tender and procurement, you can't remember whether Dr. Ngubane was the chairperson.
I don't quite remember that.
You are not sure about that.
I don't remember that.
Yes.
I think with Vanette, I seem to recall that Vanette was the first. I think she was also, she changed, I think, at some point, if I can recall, to go to People and Governance or one of those. But I think I do recall that she was initially in the chairperson of the Social and Ethics Committee.
Yes, yes. Well,
if it might help you, Mr. Tsotsi, the chairperson, if you turn to page 1102, the report actually shows you what was proposed in a table format, what was proposed on the left-hand side, and what the board actually approved on the right-hand side.
oh yes.
So you will see audit and risk, what is proposed from the email info portal. You got the names. Who is new lady CA? Mr. Tsotsi, and then first table there.
New lady CA. Oh. No, I don't. The only CA that I remember was Mr. Pametsky. I don't remember any of the ladies being CAs.
But
Yes.
okay, look at the table. You will see essentially all the names that are proposed are the ones approved for this audit and risk. So Roshni Naidu, V. Naidu, Nazia Karim, N. Karim on the right, on the left, Romeo Kumalo, R. Kumalo on the left, sorry, and then on the right is the same person. So the only difference there seems to be Mr. Norman Baloy. He was proposed, but somebody else was appointed. Ms. Mabude.
Yes.
And it carries on like that with the other subcommittees.
What was, how did you feel about the fact that the minister, Mr. Brown, insisted that the committees of the board, various committees of the board, be composed in the manner indicated in her list, which was the same as the manner indicated in Mr. Salim Esso's list, and that your list of how the committees should be, your proposal of how the committees should be composed was ignored. How did you feel about that?
Chairman, I was I was very surprised. And at that point in time, which was very early in the new board's term, I mean, it was probably about a week and a half or so after the board had been appointed. And I was very intrigued by the whole thing, and I couldn't quite put my finger on what was going on. And it was not until I was then called by the minister to this meeting, where I saw Tony Gupta and Salim Issa. Then I said to myself, well, clearly the minister is operating under the, if you like, the persuasion of these people. That was the view I held, and the subsequent things that happened kind of confirmed that view for me. And I guess also what grew to me, because you remember the minister came in 2014, and I had, before the new board came along, we had something like maybe 3 months or so, I can't quite remember, overlap with the new minister after the departure of Minister Gigab, or could be more than 3 months. And you recall I've been saying that I was having difficulty establishing a working relationship with her. And then I was having these issues with Tony Gupta, even before the incident we just discussed earlier on. And I was then having difficulty with really getting the minister to work with me in a way that I would have preferred. And so when I put these things together, I began to think to myself, there's something that's driving her. And when I saw this in December, then I said to myself, I think this is what's driving her. This is what's determining whether I have a relationship with her or not. That's how I rationalized it at the time.
At the time that Mr. Salim Essa sent you his list of how the various committees of the board should be composed, did you understand him to be associated in any way with the Guptas, or did you not know that at that time?
Salim Issa, I mean, as I said, I was introduced to him by Tony Gupta. So right from the get-go, I mean, I knew that Salim was...
In mid-2014?
Yes.
Also, when he sent you the list in December 2014, you could associate him at least with Tony Gupta?
Absolutely.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, you might ask, but who is the person communicating from Info Portal 1? Turn to page 1108 in the same report. Under paragraph 14.12. Are you there?
Yes.
So I'm going to read to you. It says appointment. Now this is of board members at Alesco. It says, we determined that on 16 July 2015, Davids sent an email to infoportal1 at zoho.com from her private email address, styled, and they give the email address. The title of the email was Travan's CV. In the email, David stated the following, quote, Dear Salim, here with CV for Alesco board as discussed, close quote. And he carries on to say, we noted that Travan Marais Hasbrook's CV and a motivation letter purportedly prepared by Travan and dated 25 July 2015 were attached to the said email. The email above is an indication that Davids was communicating to a certain Salim/businessman. Full stop.
Let's see.
You see that?
Yes.
It seems to corroborate your receipt of a submission along the same lines from
Correct.
Mr. Salinas. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of
Yes.
that part from my side.
Yes. So it may well be, Mr. Tsotsi, that either a substantial number or a substantial percentage of the members of your 2015 board had some association or some or other association with the Guptas.
Chair, there was a expose by Amapungani at some point. I can't remember exactly when.
Yes.
And they had some kind of a diagrammatic representation of the linkages between some of the board members, the new board, with the associated functionaries of the Guptas. And so, if one is to accept the veracity of that work, one has to conclude that that must have been the case. At the time, I unfortunately was more focused on what was to be done in the company at the time. And so I didn't for a minute associate the board members in that manner, you know, any of them in that manner at that time. But I certainly started to understand shortly after I'd left, particularly with what happened with the Tegeta incident with the coal mine, and what was reported to have happened, and Eskom's involvement in supposedly funding the mine for Tegeta, and all the other things that came out of that. So I was rather taken aback by that. But the one overriding thing, Chairman, which I would not want to leave this commission without mentioning, is my view that I held at about the time when I was being pursued by the board for the fact that I was not fit to be a director, which unfortunately we haven't had the opportunity to look at here, but nonetheless,
Yeah.
the impression
I know we are going there, but you can say what you want to say.
maybe I should reserve
we'll
it
get
for-
there, but I think go ahead and say what you want to say.
Yes. In the manner in which things were turning out, I had a distinct impression, and knowing that the Guptas were having some kind of a hand in things that are going on at Eskom, I had this distinct impression that there could be an orchestration of some exercise here to replace the top layer of Eskom with other people who are associated with the Guptas. And, you know, one doesn't have the concrete proof and evidence of these things, but one can associate events as they occur and be able to, as they say, connect the dots as incidences occur to be able to come to these kinds of conclusions. But that was my strongly felt feeling at the time.
Well, we will get to the points where the board turned on you. I certainly have the feeling, based on reading how the events happened the way they did, starting from the 8th of March, 9th, and 11th. But of course, they need to be viewed against your encounter with the minister and what Mr. Tony Gupta said to you. But when I see how the board that seemed to be going along with you when you came from the Durban meeting and you introduced the idea of an inquiry and so on, how they seemed to later turn against you. Certainly in my mind, I have a question mark as to what happened between the time when they seemed to be on your side, when you came to test this idea, and then at a certain stage, they seemed to completely turn against you. It seems unnatural. It makes me think that there may have been some discussion outside of the board meetings, which may have happened, which led to the board turning against you the way it did. But one or more members of the board will come here and testify, will hear what they have to say. I'll put this to them as well. You made the point yesterday that after lunch on the 11th, you joined the People and Governance Committee and found them already discussing names of persons who would act in the positions of the executives. And you said to them, but I'm the only person who knows these people. So here's a new board. They are discussing names, but they don't know these people. So what have they done to inform themselves about these people? I have a suspicion that when you came to that meeting, there were no CVs of these people. There were no CVs, they were just names.
Yes.
So that all seems very strange. And then, of course, when you talk about having been given a list by Mr. Salim Essa of how the board committees should be composed, you wonder how that list of names of people to act in those positions, where it came from. You wonder where it came from and why the board or the committee members might not have thought it necessary to get more information about these people. And one would have thought that your presence as a board member who had been on the previous board and therefore knew the people around much better, why they wouldn't wait for you and hear what you had to say. So it raises various questions that need to be asked, and one needs to see what answers one gets. Yes, Mr. Slager.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, let's go into this because it's, it may be significant. When you go back to page 20, or if you could please go back to page 21 of your affidavit. In paragraph, I'll give you a moment, sorry. Page 21, paragraph 17, and we will come back to the purported disciplinary action the board then took against you. Paragraph 17 says, I had already left Eskom. At the time, the decision to appoint Denton's was under discussion, referring to Denton's investigation. Now, we know from Mr. Matona and from your testimony yesterday that the executives were being suspended on the ground that the inquiry that was to be initiated should be an unimpeded investigation.
Correct.
You recall that. Before you resigned, let me use that word, who was the service provider appointed to conduct that inquiry?
The way things were at that point, Chair, before I left, the board had made a decision on the 11th that it would like Nick Lell to assist it in coordinating the work that needed to be done before the service provider comes on board. Namely that he would deal with the matter of the suspensions and also assist the Audit and Risk Committee to formulate the terms of reference for the inquiry. So there was preliminary work that needed to be done, obviously before you could have a service provider in place, and that is the assignment that the board asked Nick Lell to undertake.
So you are saying, you're saying to the chairperson, the board had resolved to appoint Mr. Nick Lell.
Correct.
That resolution, was it on the 9th, at the meeting of the 9th, or at the meeting of the 11th?
It was on the 11th, Chair.
Yes.
Yes.
And they knew the circumstances under which you introduced Mr. Lell to the board.
Yes.
And how you got to how he got to be at the meeting, or where you got him from.
Yes, Chair, because Mr. Lell was introduced to the board on that same day, and this is probably something you may come to, but I just thought it's worthwhile mentioning that not only was it Nick Lell who was asked to assist the board, one of the board members suggested that there is a gentleman who has expertise in communication, and we needed to put out, communicate to the public about what was about to be undertaken, namely the inquiry, and a name of a particular individual was proposed, and this board subcommittee responsible at the time, which was People in Governance, then acceded to the fact that let's have this individual also support, and he did do the work for the board. This was a man called Happy Nchingira. So the experience of, I want to use the word engaging these individuals was clearly demonstrated in the actions of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. And let's quickly see what Mr. Nick Linnell says before we turn to the board, come back to the board itself. Now he, as you have...
Mr. Sleg, I've just remembered, if you can, we ought to look at what Ms. Lynn Brown has to say about Mr. Tsotsi's evidence about the lists. We need to cover that if we haven't.
Yes.
To say, does she deny that the list that she gave to Mr. Tsotsi was the same as the list that Mr. Tsotsi had got from Mr. Eskom?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, can we put that version to Mr. Tsotsi right away?
At your, whichever you prefer. I'm happy.
Let's get it off the way.
Yeah.
That's, Mr. Tsotsi, that's the former minister's affidavit is on page 434.
I don't want to forget this question, Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes.
After you're done with that question, I would like you to address the question of why the minister was getting involved in how committees of the board were composed. But I just don't want to, let's deal with this, and after that you address that.
Thank you, Chair.
What page did you say?
That's the former minister's affidavit is on page 434.
Okay.
434?
434?
34. Yes, 434.
Okay.
I should then find the passage where she specifically deals with the encounter you say you had with her. I believe is on page 440. Paragraph 56. Paragraph 56 under the heading General. Are you there, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes, I am.
It reads, I cannot comment on a list that allegedly was sent by Mr. Essa to Mr. Tsotsi, as I have never seen it. Mr. Tsotsi never specified at any stage the composition of this list, nor did he ever indicate what his own drawn-up list looked like. It is inexplicable to me that in the execution of the board's task of appointing members of board committees, Mr. Tsotsi would not generate his own list, but would rather work from a list allegedly compiled by a stranger to Eskom. Then there's, it carries on, paragraph 58. I persist in denying that A. Mr. Tony Gupta and A. Mr. Sadim Essa, whether together or individually, visited my official residence in Pretoria. I have explained the process that guided me in the appointment of members of the Risk and Audit Committee and the Social Ethics Committee. I have also explained how I communicated my decision to the Eskom chairperson. When there is an unexplained delay in the implementation of my decision, there is nothing remiss in insisting that the Eskom chairperson must implement my decision. The next page. There are a few things that are strange to me on this issue. It is for me curious that Mr. Tsotsi, upon his alleged receipt of the list from Mr. Essa, never on his own volition, as a conscientious chairperson, reported his alleged surprise to anyone. He never protested to me. He never raised his concerns with the Eskom board, as one would expect a conscientious chairperson to do. And he never volunteered this allegedly important information to the former public protector when she was conducting her investigations into Eskom. Having been appointed in December 2014, new directors had to be inducted to Eskom. This is an intensive program in which I play a limited role. Well, if you go back to paragraph 57, Mr. Tsotsi, the suggestion seems to be made there that not only did you show the minister the list given to you by Mr. Salim Essa, but that even your own list does not seem to have been given to the minister. It is inexplicable to me that in the execution of the board's task of appointing members of board committees, Mr. Tsotsi would not generate his own list, but would rather work from a list allegedly compiled by a stranger to Eskom. You see that?
Yes, I see that, Chair.
Any comment?
Well, I can't really say much, Chair, except to say I think one day the truth will come out.
I'm sorry, just repeat that. I didn't hear.
I'm saying, Chair, I can't really comment much, but I think and hope that one day the truth will come out as to what actually happened. But clearly she is denying that she ever communicated with me about this list,
Well,
as I put it.
Yes. Well, the way to deal with what she says, her version, when the evidence later gives you this opportunity, is that if you are sure that you did send him your list, and if you are sure that she sent you a list that was the same as the list you got from Mr. Essa, and that actually you did have a discussion with her about your list and her list, the way to respond is to say, what you said happened. You did speak about it, and if she says that did not happen, that is what she's saying is not true. If you are not sure, you indicate that you think there was a discussion, but you are not sure. So in other words, you need to be clear. If you are quite clear in your own mind, that's what must come out. But if you are not clear about it, you think maybe we did talk, maybe I'm mistaken, we did not talk, then you reflect just that. So what is the position?
Chairman, I'm perfectly clear.
Yes.
That I did communicate with the minister.
Yes.
The minister was on vacation in Mozambique it was mid-December.
Yes.
And how I got to learn she was in a vacation in Mozambique was because Salim Issa told me that.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I'm very clear that I
Yes.
did communicate with her. There's no doubt in my mind
Yes.
whatsoever.
So there's no doubt she was aware of your list,
Absolutely.
and she sent you a different list.
Yes,
And that list she sent you was the same as the list you got from Mr. Essa.
correct.
And she had the occasion to speak to you and say you must implement her list
Correct.
and not yours.
Yes,
Yes. So about that you are quite clear.
absolutely clear, Chairman.
Yes. What will need to be done, Mr. Seleka, if it hasn't been done, is to check whether she wasn't in Mozambique around mid-December, the minister, because Mr. Tsotsi says he can remember quite well that they had that discussion and that she was in Mozambique. Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
thank you.
We'll certainly do that, Chair.
Yes.
And then, Mr. Tutsi, the chairperson's question was why, well, I paraphrase.
Yes.
Why Mr. Lynn Brown, Minister Lynn Brown was getting involved in the appointments for the subcommittees.
Because I would have thought that what committees or who serves in what committees should be a matter for the board. Am I mistaken in that regard?
Chairman, it is a matter for the board, it's always been.
Yes.
The only committee that the minister has the responsibility for putting together is the statutory committee, which is the audit and risk.
Audit and Risk Committee.
Correct. The
There
rest of
she
the
has
committees
a
are
role to
responsibility
play.
of the board.
On that one, she has a role to play.
That's correct.
But is her role, does her role include indicating who should serve on the committee, or is her role to make sure that there is a risk and audit committee? How it is composed should be left to the board?
My recollection, Chair, I may be wrong here, but my recollection is that she has the prerogative to appoint the chairperson of that committee.
Yes, okay. But
That's what
your recollection.
Yes.
But that's the only committee where, to your knowledge, the minister has some role to play.
Correct.
Yes. So why was she then getting involved in how various other committees were composed, and why were you allowing her to be involved in that to the extent that you were going to implement her list when you had your own list that you believed was the right list?
Chair, the minister ordinarily, the board extends a courtesy to the minister to say, Minister, this is the selection of and the board subcommittee, just so she's aware who was in which committee and so on. And in this instance, that was the intention. And hence, when I changed the list and sent it to her, it was precisely for that reason. Now, it became clear to me that she seemed to be fulfilling other interests. And so I took it that she was acting at the behest of someone else. And I certainly took it that at the end of the day, she is imposing this list on the board. And I didn't want to resist that at the time, because I just felt that perhaps this is not going to be a good thing to do, because it's important to keep relations with the shareholder for the smooth running of the business. So at that point in time, because she was relatively new in terms of the board, I knew that I was struggling with creating a relationship with her. So I had in the back of my mind that maybe if I let this go, it would be a way to try and restore some kind of level of, or improve the level of relationship between myself and her.
Okay. Did the board ever see your list that you had proposed? Or either before you sent it to the minister or after?
I doubt it, Chairman. I don't think so.
Yeah,
Because, hang on, I might be wrong here. What we normally do when we make these suggestions about who's to act were based, by the way, on the CVs of the individuals. We normally communicate, especially to the people who would like to chair the committees. We normally communicate with them to say, look, I have a suggestion. I think this is the committee that you should chair, etc. And then, we try to fill in. And then we try to rationalize why you've put different people in the different committees. Now, I really don't recall whether that exercise, there was time for me in between all of this back and forth, whether in fact that actually happened. I really don't remember. Maybe some of the board members may be able to attest to that. But I don't remember myself.
I take it that ultimately, or at some stage, you circulated the minister's list of how the various committees should be composed. You circulated that to all the board members.
Yes.
Do you remember when it was that you did that? Would it have been prior to the meeting of the 9th and 11th, or did it happen either on the 9th or 11th of March?
No, it would have happened long before that.
Long before that,
yes.
Yeah. When you circulated that list, do you remember whether you circulated, whether you disclosed to the members that it was the minister's list of how the committees should be composed, or whether you didn't disclose that? You just said, here is a proposal of how various committees of the board should be composed. Let me have your views, or something like that.
No, I didn't disclose that this is the list that the minister has imposed on us.
Yes.
I just simply informed the board members of the listing.
But did you just inform them on the basis that that was the list, that's how the committees would be composed? Or did you circulate to them on the basis that there should be a discussion to see whether this list of how various committees should be composed was acceptable?
Well, I'm actually, I shouldn't use the word inform in the sense that I gave the board members copies of the list with the intention of them assessing for themselves,
yes,
the suitability of themselves in those particular committees.
Yes. So any member could say, no, I don't think I fit into this committee.
Correct.
I would prefer to be in another committee, and so on.
Yes.
They could say that.
Yes.
Was the idea that they would say that ahead of the first meeting, or was it something that would be finalized at the first meeting of the board? The question of the committees. In other words, was the idea that the issue of the composition of the various committees should be finalized ahead of the first meeting, or was the idea that they could give their views, but ultimately the final decision as to how the committees of the board were to be composed would be made at the first meeting of the board?
Well, the way it worked, Chair, because of the fact that the board meeting was a bit distant, if you like, and there was work to be done, the committees began working immediately once they settled into the compositions that they were in.
Yes.
And if there was any feeling of an individual that they would rather be in another committee, then that would have come up then in the board.
That would have been sorted out ahead of the first meeting.
Ahead of the first meeting,
it would not wait for the first meeting.
No.
Yes. Would it be fair to say that the members of the committee, unless they had other information from somebody else, would have thought that this list represented your proposal, your idea of how the committees of the board should be composed?
That would be the case, yes.
That would be fair to say that.
Yes.
Yeah. Of course, if they had information from somewhere else, they might know that where the list came from. That you wouldn't know. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Seleka.
In fact, in hindsight, I think that's the case, but I can't vouch for that.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, earlier you were articulating the view to the chairperson that actually coming to think about it, you think the executives were being removed to make way for other people.
That's correct.
Now, given what was being said was the reason for step aside or suspension of the executives not to influence the inquiry, did the board had any evidence of previous interference by these executives in any investigation within Eskom?
No, the board didn't have any formal information that was presented to it about any of that. However, it seemed during the processes that we were undertaking that specific board members had specific information about specific board members, or rather executives. Right? And I think the reason why that attitude did not prevail or didn't gain any currency in the discussions was because the whole purpose was that the executives have done nothing wrong and that there is no intention of accusing them of anything wrong and hence subjecting them to suspension on that basis. So whatever was mentioned in regard to specific executives in any of the discussions didn't really gain any currency for that reason. But the board per se did not express itself on that. It did not take that position.
Yeah, it's just strange how a new board that has hardly done any work in an entity in its first meeting gets an idea that definitely came from outside of the entity, and they just run with it the way this board seems to have done so. You remove so many executives who I think were critical to the entity, just like that. And then, of course, you remove the chairperson of the board who has been around for quite some time. All within 2-3 days, it's all done. It's just very strange to me. I would have thought that for something like this, a board would really need to reflect, need some time. They are new in the entity. But it seems they just ran with this idea that came from outside. Yes, Mr. Slay.
Thank you, Chairperson. And so, Mr. Tsotsi, there is, you say the board doesn't make any allegation of wrongdoing against them, and that's not the basis why they were suspended. Is that correct?
No, correct. That's what it is.
That's not the basis on which they were. And I can see from your affidavit, you ultimately separate or resign from Eskom on 30 March 2015.
Correct.
And you say by the time Denton's was appointed, or in fact you say, I had already left Eskom at the time the decision to appoint Denton's was under discussion.
Yes.
So Denton's would have been appointed after you had left Eskom.
Yes.
Denton was not appointed in the meeting of the 11th of March 2015.
No.
Now, let's see, we have the report of Denton's, and I want us to look at what was the mandate to Denton's when it ultimately gets appointed. And that report is contained on page 918 to 994. It's an extract of the report.
What page?
Page 918, Chairperson.
Is that in the smaller?
In the
bundle?
bigger.
In the bigger one?
In the bigger.
918.
Yes. (918) will be the cover page to the report, followed by the table of contents. And the introduction starts on page 922. I will read only certain paragraphs of the report. 1.1, are you there, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes, I am.
Under background, it says this document constitutes the report of Denton's, South Africa, in respect of the investigation commissioned by Eskom, pursuant to a request for proposals issued on 8 April 2015 under a number they refer to there in terms of a resolution adopted by the Board of Directors of Eskom on 11 March 2015. Now, I don't know which resolution they're referring to there, but they say in 1.2 that the investigation commenced on 20 April 2015. Then you turn the page, Mr. Tsotsi, of significance to what I wish to refer you to. Paragraph 4, page 924. Paragraph 4, purpose of the investigation. Can you see that?
Yes.
4.1 says the institution of the investigation took place shortly after the highly publicized suspicion of 4 of Eskom's executives, bracket suspended executives. 4.2, the TOR, which is terms of reference, refers to the above-mentioned suspicions only obliquely, stating in respect of the investigation that it is important for the information to be tested by an independent party without ESCO's involvement, bracket particularly those members of ESCO whose areas would be directly impacted by the inquiry. so as to lend credence to the reports that the independent party would produce. 4.3, the written material setting out scope of the investigation never contemplated the investigation as being one that was directed specifically at the conduct of the suspended executives. The timing of the investigation led to speculation in certain circles that it was the conduct of the suspended executives that was being investigated. Our meetings with the board and Audit and Risk Committee of the board, it was confirmed that the investigation was not directed at the suspended executives and that the board was dealing with the suspended executives in accordance with a separate methodology. 4.9 says the TOR, the terms of reference, do not require investigation of misconduct of any specific individuals. Accordingly, no recommendations are made in respect of action to be taken to deal with misconduct by any specific individuals. You see all that?
Yes.
So it appears clearly from this report, and it seems to be consistent with the board's position, that we are not suspending you from misconduct, that even misconduct or wrongdoing was not within the scope of Denton's investigation.
Correct.
You see that?
Yes.
Now, the question is, and maybe it touches on the view you expressed to the chairperson, there is no allegation of wrongdoing against the executives. As you testified, Mr. Matona said, no concerns about the war room were raised with him. You told the chairperson you can't recall raising concerns directly with him. You recall that?
Yes.
You told the chairperson that the deputy president who was heading the war room did not raise concerns with you about information the war room was receiving from the executives.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Just articulate your response
Yes,
clearly.
Chair.
So that, yeah, okay.
Denton's scope of investigation does not include investigating wrongdoing on the part of the executives or any individual, they say.
Yes.
There is, and I'm talking about interference, there is no evidence, you say, the board had about previous interference in an inquiry by these executives.
Yes.
Then the question remains, and that's exactly what the Commission is trying to determine, what then were the real reasons for the suspensions of these executives? And we know from Mr. Matuna, they never came back. There were separation agreements in the end. And as you say, it was moving people out of the way to make a way for others. What would you say then were the real reasons?
Chairman, as I think more and more about this issue, and as I also reflect seriously on a number of things that have been happening, not just at Eskom, and knowing the appetite of the Guptas for acquisition of whatever assets they can lay their hands on, and having seen that also at Eskom itself, I came to the conclusion that they wanted to have people in the organization who would serve their direct interests, and that it would be easier for them to basically capture Eskom. That was, and it still is, the analysis that I ended up with on looking at what is going on.
Of course, about a month after the executives had been suspended, Minister Lynn Brown announced the secondment of Mr. Brian Mlefe to Eskom as Group CEO or acting Group CEO. And I think not long after that, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know how many months, Mr. Anuj Singh, I don't know whether I can't remember whether he was also initially seconded. I think he was seconded, but ultimately both of those two men were appointed to key positions at Eskom. Now, there are all kinds of allegations, and there is evidence that has been led in this commission as to certain roles that it is said they played at Transnet relating to various transactions. And if I find in the end that they had cooperated with the Guptas or the associates of the Guptas at Transnet, then there may well be a possibility that the Guptas had dealt with Transnet to their satisfaction and now wanted to move on to Eskom, but wanted people that they could trust would work with them, and didn't want people that they didn't know whether they would go along or not. There is that possibility. And when all evidence is in, it's one of the things that I must look at and see whether there is proper evidence to make a finding. So, but it is a possibility, and it may well be that it's the Guptas and their associates who were responsible for this whole idea of an inquiry that Ms. Myeni mentioned at the Durban meeting that you took to the board. You did say that independently of Ms. Myeni, you had a view about the need for an inquiry for yourself, but the suspension of the executives may have been part of that plan. Remove them so that you can then bring in people that the Guptas or their associates trusted would cooperate in whatever they wanted to do at Eskom. And it may be that they had worked their plan well, that in order to achieve that, you need to first capture the board or capture the majority of the board, so that when decisions have to be made by the board, they would know that the majority in the board would be people who would cooperate with them.
That's the first summary, Chairman.
Yeah. Mr. Seleka. Well, I want to raise on the same page that Mr. Seleka was asking you on, namely 925, this Denton's report. at paragraph 4.6, it says, the TOR, that is terms of reference, and task order 1, state expressly that the purpose of the investigation was to obtain an independent view on the credibility and correctness of the reports of Eskom's executive committee escort to the board. Now, that sounds strange to me because it suggests that the entire purpose of this inquiry that was being talked about on the 11th, as it turned out later, was to obtain an independent view, or was about the credibility or correctness of the reports that the executives were giving to the board. Is that how you understand that part as well? Forget about what you might have thought at that time, but if you read this sentence, is that what you understand as well?
Yes, that's my understanding, Chairman.
Yes. Now, if that is correct, then the question is, what information had the executives really sent to the board before the 11th, when the board had hardly had meetings? Now, of course, there may be, the committees had been established, and maybe the committees had started working, I don't know, before the first meeting. But it's strange. The board had not had any meetings. So when had the executives given information to the board whose credibility was being put in question?
That's exactly correct.
You understand what I mean?
I understand exactly, Chair, because the board would not have known the flow of information between the old board and the executive.
Yes,
So
yes.
that is not the reference point.
Yes, yes.
The board can only make judgments about information that it receives
Yes, yes.
from the executive. So what
And
information
that
has the board received from the executive?
And insofar as they may be talking about information given to the previous board, one would think that it would reflect that they are talking about the previous board.
Correct.
This doesn't say that.
Yes. Yes.
And obviously you are able to confirm, because you were the chairperson of this board until the 13th of March, you are able to confirm whether or not the executives had, by the 9th of March or 11th of March, supplied this new board with any information whose credibility was in question.
Yes, I would, Chair.
Yeah, and was there?
Especially because, Chair, prior to board meetings, this chief executive and I sit down and look at the agenda,
Yes,
and we actually discuss,
yes.
well, from my perspective, obviously because I'm aware of Eskom's business to the extent that I can get to do the technicalities.
Yes.
So we discuss in detail precisely what is being given, information that's been given to the board.
Yes.
So I pretty much know
Yeah.
ahead of a board meeting what the board is going to discuss and the credibility of that information.
So as you sit there, what is your reaction to this when you hear that according to 4.6, Denton says their terms of reference and task order stated expressly that the purpose of the investigation was to obtain an independent view on the credibility and correctness of the reports of the Eskom's Executive Committee to the board.
What it says to me, Chair, is that if Denton's come up with a position which says the executives have not been providing the board with information that's credible and correct, then the board is in a position to attribute that to these executives they've suspended.
Yes.
So they are then able to point a finger and say, you people are guilty of
Yes.
misinforming the board or something
Yes.
to that effect.
But you are able to say from December, when this new board was appointed, to the 11th of March, there were no reports of any significance that the executives had given to this new board whose credibility was in question. Are you able to say that?
I'm able to say that, Chairman. And I'm also able to say that it would have been unlikely that the executives would have been able to assess the information in any case. I mean, the board members.
Yes.
Because they knew it, and it would have taken them a long time to really understand Eskom's business,
Yes.
to the extent that they will be comfortable that information is not credible.
And of course, if the executives had given this new board before the 9th of March or before the 11th of March reports that were questionable, I would imagine that the new board would have sought to first meet and say, what does everybody think about these reports? There would be a discussion of these reports to see whether the majority thought that they were questionable, thought that they had no credibility, and then they would then take a view as to what they should do about that, isn't it?
Correct.
Did that happen?
No, it didn't happen, Chair.
It did not happen.
No.
Okay. Excuse me. Mr. Selega, I think we should take the tea adjournment unless you want to follow up with something that should not wait. Unless
No,
you have a question.
it can wait. I had thought when we adjourn, I would have finished with Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes.
But I also appreciate that the chairperson might have questions arising from my questions.
Yes, yes.
So in that event, we could take a tea adjournment.
Yeah.
I'll be brief
Yes.
on our return, and the chairperson
Yes.
can then.
No, that's fine. As long as from your side, when you stop, you are satisfied that you have covered all the
Indeed.
important
Indeed,
areas.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the tea adjournment. It's about 29 minutes to 12. We'll resume at 11:45.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn. allegations of misconduct on the part of the executives. My mind goes back to the question. Remember you said yesterday the motivation as to why the executives should not be there while the investigation was going on, whether you call it suspension or special leave or whatever, or recusal, was that employees might fear giving certain information to the investigators. Is that right? You remember that?
I remember, Chair, correct.
Now, if the position is that whatever the investigation was doing had nothing to do with any allegations of misconduct on the part of the executives, why would it be thought that employees might not want to give certain information to the investigators when whatever information they may be asked about would not reflect on any allegations of misconduct on the part of the executives?
It's a good question, Chair. I can't specifically say why. One will just have to try to put oneself in the mind of the employees themselves. And I suppose the reactive instinct of an employee would be to safeguard their own position, make sure that they're not prejudiced by any type of inquiry that is taking place, and that if they have knowledge of anything, they might feel that there is an opportunity for them to express whatever knowledge they have concerning the business. Now, whether the knowledge itself ends up being, the information rather that they give out ends up being prejudicial to the person who's suspended, one wouldn't say. I don't know whether from ultimately out of the Denton report there was such a thing, that in fact employees expressed reservations or in fact direct accusations of inappropriateness by the individuals who were under suspension. I don't know whether that happened or not, but I thought maybe there could be a potential for that sort of thing to happen. But like you're saying, the intention was not to find fault with them in terms of the terms of reference. In which case, if the contractor really understood their responsibility, then they would not be dealing with that kind of information. That would be irrelevant to their terms of reference. And so this shouldn't and wouldn't have come up. And if it did come up, I would be surprised.
Because one can understand a situation where it might be thought, since the investigations in a particular case, if an investigation in a particular case relates to allegations of misconduct on the part of the executives, one might understand the fear that employees might not feel free to talk to the investigators about the allegations of misconduct on the part of the executives, their bosses. But once you take misconduct out of the equation, it just seems to me that there might be very little to support the fear that employees might not be able to give information to the investigators that they may be asked to give, which has got nothing to do with allegations of misconduct.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, Mr. Tsotsi, I was referring you to the minutes of the meeting of the 19th of March 2015.
Yes, I have.
And you said we must go to what page?
To page 680.
680.
Correct, sir. The minutes start on page 679.
Okay.
Page 680, are you there, Mr. Tsotsi? Relevant to my point is paragraph 8.3, suspended executives. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Well, let's see who was present in this meeting. I see the members on page 679. You are also there as the chairperson.
Yes.
So you were in attendance of this meeting.
Yes.
Dr. Ngubane is there, Ms. Mabude, Ms. Klein, Ms. Naiju, Ms. Karim, Mr. Kumalo, and Mr. Baloy. Paragraph 8.3 reads, suspended executives. With regard to the letters from suspended executives, including the CE, it was agreed that the position was clear, that no charges would be preferred against the suspended executives at this stage. So that was still reiterated.
Yes.
No charges against these executives. Well, they say at this stage, but we know that ultimately no charges were brought against them.
Correct.
The legal department was authorized to send a letter that had been prepared in this regard. The chairman explained the background as to which Nick Linnell was and that he, the chairman, had been introduced to him in a meeting with President. Mr. Linnell had offered to coordinate the work that was supposed to be done. The chairman stated that he did not offer the board an opportunity to agree to appoint Mr. Linnell, and that this had been a mistake on his part, and Mr. Linnell had probably believed that the proper processes had been complied with, and he then proceeded to undertake the work. Now, Mr. Tsotsi, let me draw this to your attention. These minutes are of the meeting of 19 March 2015. The minutes are signed, if you go to page 682. Page 682, are you there?
Yes.
You see the date on which the minutes were signed?
Yes.
Can you tell the chairperson?
They signed on the 18th of November 2016.
19 March must be a mistake. It should be 9 March or not.
On the,
You see, on 679, it says it's the minutes of a meeting held on 19 March 2015. You had resigned with effect from the 13th of March, isn't it?
13 March.
30.
13 March. Or 30.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was 13 now.
No, 30.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. No, then I'm terribly sorry. I thought it was 13. Okay. Okay, no, then there must be nothing wrong with that,
Yes.
that date, yeah.
Indeed, chairperson.
Okay. Yes, continue.
Yes.
I think you had put a question. Yes, you may continue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, you say the date of the
So
meeting.
yes, Chair, the date on these minutes of the 19th of March 2015, they were signed on the 18th of November 2016.
So that's
That's a long time.
more than a year
More than a year later.
later.
About a year and a half.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly a year and a half.
Well, it's nearly 2 years.
Nearly 2 years.
Yes.
And who signed the minutes?
It looks like Dr. Ngubane's signature.
Well, there's an inscription there, signed by Dr. Ngubane.
Oh, yes, correct.
For
Signed by Dr.
purposes of,
Yes,
you see that?
yes.
And it says chairperson.
It says chairperson.
He was the chairperson, he was your successor as chairperson of the board?
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, okay.
And now let's go back. So by the time these minutes were signed, most probably signifying approval of the minutes, you had long left the employment
Correct.
of not the employment, the opposition as the chairman of the board.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to look at these minutes before your resignation on 30 March 2015?
No, not at all.
Was a draft of these minutes presented to you for consideration?
No.
Now, I've read that, if you go back to page 680, I've read that paragraph which says that the chairman explained, and I suppose they're referring to yourself at the time as the chairman,
Yes.
and explaining the background, the meeting with the president, and that you didn't give the board the opportunity to agree to appoint Mr. Lell.
Yes.
Well, they're writing about you. Is that a correct record of what transpired in that meeting?
The aspect which says that, quote, the chairman stated that he did not offer the board an opportunity to agree to appoint Mr. Lell, and that this had been a mistake on his part, I don't believe is correct.
That did not happen.
No, Chair, it couldn't have happened.
And you could not have said that.
No.
Or could you have said that?
No, I could not have said that, Chair,
Yes.
because the minutes of I think it's the in-committee meeting of the board, clearly state that Mr. Lell was requested by the board to assist
Yes.
both these committees that were working on this project.
Yes.
And it is not the purpose and the brief of the chairman to appoint any individual. And it is that of the committee, the People and Governance Committee. So there was no question of my affording or otherwise the board the opportunity to appoint Nick. It was for the board or subcommittee of the board to do the appointment. So I think this minute is clearly not correct. I don't subscribe to this.
Yes. You think it's factually not true?
I believe it's factually not true.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, I don't know whether, Mr. Seleke, you want to contrast that with the minutes of the board that Mr. Tsotsi talks about before you exhaust other aspects that he might say are not true, or whether you want to first exhaust that and then compare. But I leave it to you, whichever is convenient.
No, Chair, that's correct, because there is a problem there as well. So I want to take this step before I go to that one.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
And this step, Mr. Tsotsi, relates to the audio recordings that you have had the opportunity to look at overnight. Apology for that. And the clip I would like to play to you is found on the transcript on page 692 of the transcript, Chairperson. The corresponding audio will be played once you are on that page. 692. Now, this As an introduction, will be a meeting. We're back on the 11th of March 2015. And it's a meeting in which you introduce Mr. Lell.
Yes.
If you are ready, Chair, we
ask our
Yes.
head of legal to be here as well, just so he's fully abreast of the matters that we're dealing with, and that if there's any aspects from the side of Eskom that he feels that we should be aware of and to take, he should let us know. So, Nick, the purpose of what we have here is essentially the board members. We've had the subcommittee meetings earlier, but
Chairperson, for your purposes,
the rest of the board is here.
if the chair doesn't hear, I think we can stop and Mr. Tsotsi can relate what he's saying. Mr. Tsotsi, you used the name Nick.
Yes.
Maybe you could tell the chairperson who you are referring to there or talking to.
That's Nick Lell.
Yes, well, maybe the first thing is just for him to confirm that the voice we have heard is his voice.
That's my voice.
Thank you,
And
Chair.
then, yeah, it is your voice.
Yes.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chairperson.
Then answer the question that Mr. Selege has put to you.
Yes, I do confirm that Nick refers to Nick Lell.
Yes, okay.
So at this stage in the meeting, you are addressing Mr. Lell.
Yes.
Basically, I had explained to the board that you had been asked to support Eskom in this whole exercise of this investigation, this inquiry, so that certain governance issues are taken care of, that this thing is done properly and is done in a manner that cannot.
Mr. Tsotsi, you say to him that you have explained to the board, or you have already explained to the board.
Yes.
So by that time, the board knew
Correct.
about what the purpose of Mr. Lell was.
That's correct, Chair.
And you are speaking to Mr. Lell inside the meeting of the board. The other members of the board are listening. They can hear you. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
So if you say, I've already explained to the board, if they think that's not true, they have a chance to say, no, what are you talking about?
That's correct, Chair.
You are not speaking to Mr. Lell in some other room, just the two of you.
Yes, no, we're speaking to the board.
Yes, okay.
Because what happened is this, that this meeting takes place immediately after the meeting with Minister Brown. The board sits and deliberates on what the minister's input was. And in the course of that deliberation, the board is informed of the availability of Nick Lell to support and assist the board. And the board makes a conscious decision that it would be interested in Nick Lell assisting it
Yeah,
in this aspect.
yeah,
It is at that point when I decided then, well, or the board was agreeable to then saying, let us then invite Nick into the meeting so that he can tell us who he is and what he does and what he's proposing, etc. Which is basically the substance of this entire recording on this matter.
yes.
It's about him and what he's able to offer. So this is the beginning part where I now introduce Nick
Yes,
into the board meeting.
yes, okay.
Thank you.
Investigation will proceed as soon as possible. Number two, those executives who are directly involved with the areas where the investigation focus will be suspended. And these are four of them. It's first and foremost the chief executive, and then it is the executive for group capital, executive for commercial, and executive for finance. And the reason for that is because it is important that the ability to carry out the investigation is not compromised in any kind of way.
Sorry, Chair, is the executive for finance included as well?
Yeah. Oh, so I said four. Okay.
Mr. Tsotsi, is that, does it correspond with the transcript?
Yes, it does.
What is the question being asked?
The question is, sorry, Chair, is the executive for finance included as well?
And who's asking that question?
I actually couldn't identify that particular voice. I'm not sure whether it was Lynette Plain or it was
It's a male voice.
Naidu. I'm not sure.
But the voice that was doing most of the talking in what we have just listened to now is still your voice.
It's still me, yes.
Yes.
Correct.
So I think each time we have listened, you must just say that is still my voice, so that whoever is the transcript can know. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair, is the executive for finance included as well?
Yeah. Oh, so I said four. Okay. And that the work that needs to be done in respect of the investigation must not be compromised by the presence of these particular executives. One. Number two, that from the work you have done, the committee would like to know and need to be updated in terms of the potential charges that are on the table in respect of the executives. You probably exclude the FD because you were not briefed on the FD, as far as I know. But certainly on the other three executives, maybe you want to take the committee through that. And also the processes that need to come into play for this to be effected, which include managing the media and the public perceptions and all of those things. I think if you could just talk around those issues and how you see the process going forward.
I'm not hearing.
That's now Nick Linnell coming in.
That's who coming now?
That's Nick Linnell who's now going to speak after I've just finished.
But all this time, you confirmed
All along it was me who was speaking, yes.
it was you speaking. Thank you, Chair. Shall we go to timestamp 358?
Page?
No, I want them to go to timestamp 358.
Sorry.
Certainly, Chair, maybe if I could start in reverse order, maybe share with you and get your regard.
Whose voice was that, Mr.?
That was Mr. Linnell, Nick Linnell.
I think Nick should introduce himself fully to us.
Okay, thank you for that.
Who is that?
That's Dr. Ngubane.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
And then Nick goes on to introduce himself.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Then I want to skip that part. And please go to timestamp 23. That's on page 707 of the transcript, Mr. Tsotsi.
I'm sorry, where do we go?
Page 707.
707.
Timestamp 23.
I cannot lose because my client will not accept that as the outcome. Whereas with a firm of attorneys just going to a trial, there will be another client tomorrow. My work depends on us doing it right, and at the end of the day, we deliver a success.
Sorry, but
Yeah, sorry. Who is speaking?
That is Nick Linnell speaking.
That's still Mr. Linnell speaking.
Yes.
Okay, can you just go back to where he starts, where he started just now, not right at the back?
Just, that's the reality of winning and losing, is two sides. So, in my case, I cannot lose because my client will not accept that as the outcome. Whereas with a firm of attorneys just going to a trial, there will be another client tomorrow. My work depends on us doing it right, and at the end of the day, we deliver a success.
sorry, but we are contracting with you and not with ENS.
Now, I would suggest, sir, that you.
That was Dr. Ngubane saying, sorry, but we are contracting with you, not with ENS.
And he's speaking to Mr.
Linnell, yes.
Linnell. Thank you, Chairperson. Then there's the last portion on this. Timestamp 1 hour, 07, 23 seconds. Give me the page reference. It's on page 743 of the transcript. Timestamp 1:07:23.
Almost, I agree with you.
Sorry,
Thank you, we've answered this.
we're doing this session.
Now just wait to.
Okay, can we do this then? Nick, the mandate we'd like to give you is, as you explained, one of
Confirm whose voice it
That
is.
is now myself.
Thank you.
Yes.
coordinating this entire exercise. Fortunately, you've done work on this, you're familiar with what's going on.
Can you please go back because we're missing.
Also executive members of the board, and do it in a step, 1, 2. With that, you must tell us because you have the facts on hand.
It does not make a difference.
Does not make the difference. Okay, thank you. At least we've answered this.
You feel two could stay?
No.
Almost, I agree with you.
Sorry,
Thank you, we've answered this.
we're doing this session.
Now just wait to.
Okay, can we do this then? Nick, the mandate we'd like to give you is, as you explained, one of coordinating this entire exercise. Fortunately, you've done work on this, you're familiar with what's going on.
Are you on that page?
Yes, I am.
Corresponding page, Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes, I am on that page.
So when you say we, the mandate we would like to give, who are you referring to as the we?
I'm referring to the board.
And the members of the board are still present there.
Yes, they are present and listening and discussing.
And is there any objection to that statement?
None at all.
I mean, nobody said, Chair, speak for yourself. When you said the mandate we want to give you, nobody said, speak for yourself. It's not what we want to do.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
In fact, we heard earlier the voice you identified as that of Dr. Ngubane saying, Nick, we are contracting with you and not with ENS.
Correct.
Now, let's see, because we have a copy of the minutes of the meeting, of this meeting, let's see who was present according to the minutes of that meeting, in this meeting. That minute is on page 675.
Got it.
You have it. Page 675 on the minute of Eskom, minutes of the Eskom Holdings People and Governance Committee. It says minutes of the People and Governance Committee meeting. The number is given and the date is 11 March 2015 at 14:58. Present members is Mr. Z. Koza, Ms. N. Karim, who is indicated as having left early, Ms. C. Mabunde, Ms. P. Naidu, Dr. P. Naidu, beg your pardon, Ms. D. Naidu, Mr. N. Baloy, Mr. Z. Tsotsi, and Ms. V. Klein. You see that?
Yes, Chair, and I would like to add something.
Yes, please.
When we finished the board meeting to go into this session of the People and Governance Committee, we as a board invited any member who was interested, other than a member of this committee, who was welcome to come into the meeting and participate. Hence, you hear the voice of Dr. Ngubane, whose name it does not appear. So,
sorry, Mr. Tsotsi, we've got 2 minutes, and that may explain
okay,
the dilemma you are trying to resolve to the chairperson. Let's see, there are also minutes on page 667. Sorry, I apologize, 667. There's some, if you are there. 667.
okay,
Yes. Minutes of the Eskom Holdings.
okay, I see.
Special board meeting in committee.
Yes. No, that's correct, Chair. That's correct.
So would this be the correct minutes
Yes.
relative to this audio we've just listened?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
It's also on the 11th of March, but this is board in committee meeting.
That's right.
11 March 2015 at 1200.
That's right.
So this would have preceded the P&G meeting of the minute we referred to earlier.
Yes.
So present in this meeting is yourself, Mr. Tsotsi, the chairman of the board, Dr. Ngubane, Ms. V. Naidu, Ms. N. Karim, Ms. V. Klein, Ms. C. Mabude. Ms. Karim is still also indicated as left early, Ms. Z. Koza, and Mr. N. Baloy. Then there's people in attendance as well. Mr. M. Pukubia, the company secretary, Mr. N. Tsolanku, GM Legal and Regulatory, and Mr. N. Linnell, external consultant. And who is that last person?
The last person is the same Nick Lell, whose voice we heard not long ago.
So all these persons were present during that discussion.
Yes.
Now this minutes, you turn to page 670, were also signed. And please, you could indicate to the chairperson who signed and which date.
Chair, the minutes were signed by Dr. Ngubane on the 18th of November 2016.
Again, nearly 2 years after the actual meeting
Correct.
of 11 March 2015. Now, we look at the charge, the first charge leveled against you.
Before you proceed, Mr. Selector.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Tsotsi, have you had an opportunity of reading these minutes, and are you able to say whether, although it's been quite some time, whether they seem to reflect the discussions and decisions in that meeting, because you chaired the meeting, or are there any areas in the minutes that cause you concern?
Chair, I think having had the benefit of the audio helped in, jogging the memory very well. And insofar as the substance of the minutes, I'm fine. I don't have any.
You don't have any issues?
Any issues.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Chair, perhaps I could read.
I just wanted to clear that out of the way, because there were those other minutes where you had an issue about,
Yes.
which were also signed close to 2 years after the date of the meeting.
Thank
Yes,
you,
Mr.
Chair.
Selector.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, Mr. Tsotsi, perhaps one could quickly take you through the minutes. You are still on that page. You will have to be on page 668.
Yes.
Under paragraph 7.1. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes, there are bullet points there. I will read. Let's see, it was proposed, the first one, a number of issues were raised in the in-committee session being as follows. It was proposed that the P&G committee initiate a process and that the, Audit and Risk Committee be responsible for the ultimate forensic element of the inquiry. It was agreed, confirmed and resolved that the Audit and Risk Committee be the custodian of the process and to engage with other committees where it was necessary to do so. The chairman highlighted the view that it may be necessary for employees whose areas are implicated to be requested to step aside. Whilst the inquiry was proceeding, a question was asked about what effect this would have on the operations of the business. Members also discussed the possible impact on continuity this approach would have on the company's business activities. It was noted that there had been a trust deficit and that people who may be to blame would not want the truth to be found and findings to be made. The chairman outlined a number of misdemeanors allegedly committed by some executives. Is that correct, Mr. Tsotsi? That you outlined a number of misdemeanors?
No, I did not outline the misdemeanors. What happened was these were statements that were made by people during the meeting, and I then indicated in the summary that these are the things that people are saying. I did not outline any misdemeanors. I don't recall doing that.
Yes. They will find a a portion for me relative to this aspect in the recording. So you deny that you outlined misdemeanors?
No, I did not outline any misdemeanors that relates to the individuals. I don't recall that.
Yes, no, that's all right. There's an allegation about a trust deficit. It was noted that there had been a trust deficit, and the people who may be to blame would not want the truth to be found and findings to be made. Do you know what they're referring to here?
I suspect that in the discussion, because what this is doing is recording what different people were saying and what views they were expressing. I rather suspect that on the basis of allegations of wrongdoing by some of the people, that there would be a trust deficit in that event. I'm not sure what reference this is making in terms of any board decision or any board concurrence about any of this. There's no concurrence on the board that was given in terms of a trust deficit, because, I mean, the board didn't know the individuals. The board had not worked with the individuals.
And the individuals you're referring to, the executives in this case?
The executives, yes.
So, and then it carries on. It was pointed out that these issues needed to be investigated forensically, but that the executives who are responsible for those areas not be around during the inquiry. One could carry on, but I need to ask you whether, again, the same question. I mean, the minutes are signed many months later, after this meeting. The question is whether were you furnished with a copy of these minutes for approval before the 30th of March 2015?
No, I was not yet.
I have gone through the minutes. What I couldn't find is what you were indicating to the chairperson earlier, a resolution that would indicate that Mr. Nick Lell was appointed.
No, there was no resolution. What happened was that the committee, the board, accepted the fact that Nick should assist the two committees. There was no resolution as such that was signed or provided by the board to that effect.
So was Mr. Lell
Yes.
formally appointed or not by the board?
Well, there was no formal appointment of Nick because there was no documentation to the effect that he was appointed. But the board were quite happy to use his services, so implicitly he was engaged by the board because the board continued to have him assist in different roles and different aspects for the preparation of this inquiry.
So I'm going to move on unless there's a question.
Yeah, you can move on.
Thank you. Then, if you turn to your affidavit where you're dealing with the first charge level against you, that's on page 21. Page 21, paragraph 18, 1.8. Says, board meeting of 30 March 2015, charges laid by the board against me. Charge 1, the director procured the services. The director, is that, who are they referring to? Is that
They're
you?
referring to me.
Procured the services of an external consultant, Mr. Nick Lell, to provide consulting services to the company without following the company's prescribed procurement processes or informing the board of his actions. In so doing, the director crossed the line from being a non-executive director to exercising executive power without the requisite authority. Now, your comment on that, did you procure the services yourself of Mr. Lell?
No, I did not.
Did you fail to inform the board about your actions to procure the service, to have Mr. Lell engaged as a consultant?
No, I had no reason to inform the board about something that did not happen. The board knew what Lell had been doing and what his role was. The board welcomed that role.
So how did you react to this charge? Because we hear in the clip that you are there with the board members talking to Mr. Nick Lell and agreeing to him being contracted by the board. How did you react to this?
Jay, if I can just read my response, I mean, I think will encapsulate my reaction. I'm quoting, I traced the history of Nick Lell's activities from the time of the 9 March board meeting, the support he gave to both the board and the ARC and the P&G subcommittees. P&G declined to deal with the matter of Lell's appointment and instead preferred that the board handle it. Mr. Lell could only be considered employed by the board if he had a written letter or contract signed by the chairman, or had received some remuneration or compensation for the work he had done for the board. That was my response.
Charge 2, on page 22, I think that's where you are. Paragraph 18.3 reads, the consultant commenced with his work to the knowledge of the director and without the board of directors being informed that the work had commenced within the company. The director was aware that no contract of engagement for the consultant had been concluded, thus exposing the company to non-compliance with applicable statutes and procedures. And how? Well, I see your response is there. How did you deal with this allegation?
Like I say, Nick was merely assisting the board on a pro bono basis at that point. And if he had to commence work, this would only have been possible and triggered by so indicated to the board that by the same token, Mr. Kumalo was a board member, organized a media specialist, Mr. Happy Njingila, to review a media statement that had been produced by the P&G on precisely the same basis that Nick had been assisting the P&G.
Mr. Seleka, we're dealing with the charges, but unless I miss something,
Yes.
I think we may have skipped the part that reflects how the board appeared to turn on how you move, the meeting moved from a certain point where it seemed to be going fine, no problems with the chairperson, and how later on it changed.
Yes.
So if we haven't covered that, I think we it's important to cover that development.
Correct, correct, Chair. Yes, and indeed, that's not apparent from the documentation, Mr. Tsotsi, so you will have to give the chairperson some insight.
I may have read it somewhere. Mr. Tsotsi, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes, Chair, I do, certainly.
Yes, there is a part how the whole thing seemed to develop. So it might or might not be in this statement, but as you read, you wonder how is this happening? What has happened? What has changed? So you say you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, Chair, I do.
Yes. Do you want to tell us about that? You must have felt at a certain stage since the 9th of March, since that meeting, how the board maybe seemed to be with you, and maybe at a certain stage on the 11th of March, and then exactly when you began to see a change of attitude, ultimately how everything then went up to charges being formulated. That's the impression I have from what I've read, that there's that development, but you must tell me if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, Chair. What happened is that after the conclusion of the suspensions, I then the board agreed that there should be a press conference to announce the suspensions. And
or maybe before you do that, at the meeting of the 9th of March, that meeting you said was very brief.
yes,
Okay, because the board decided they would like to have the minister address them.
yes.
Now, at that meeting, did you sense any negative attitude towards you on the part of any members of the board?
Chairman, I can comfortably say no. There wasn't any.
There wasn't any
attitude. Yes.
Yes. Then you go to the 11th of March.
Yes.
You said there was a meeting of the board before the minister arrived.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
At that part of the meeting of the board before the minister arrived, did everything go smoothly?
Yes, Chair, everything went well. In fact, to the extent that the board was insistent that I should chair the PNG meeting, which would then be dealing with the issue of suspensions.
Yeah.
Obviously, as chairman, I would not ordinarily chair.
Yes, because there's a
other
chairperson for it.
Yes. But because the board acceded, and this is very interesting,
Yes.
the board acceded to the fact that they really didn't know much about the organization, the people involved,
Yes.
and so on. So they felt that they were more comfortable if I was leading
Yes.
the process,
Yes.
which is what then happened.
Yes.
And this happened also with the introduction of Nick Lell, as we heard a little on the tape. And as I say, at the conclusion of the suspensions, up to that point, there was no indication of any discomfort with me or anything
Yes.
remotely related to it.
And just remind me, what were the important decisions that were taken by the board at that meeting before the meeting with the minister, if there were decisions that were taken, or was it just a briefing?
The meeting before the minister had decided, this is now the in-committee meeting, because there were two meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll only deal with the one with the in-committee.
Yes, okay.
That meeting deliberated quite extensively on how to deal with the issue of suspensions, and what the impact this might be, and so on. So there was quite a robust discussion.
Also the issue of the inquiry, I guess.
On the issue of the inquiry, yes.
Yes.
And I recall, maybe the evidence leader will correct me on the basis of the sequence of events, that by the time the minister was due to speak to the board, by the time she had arrived, the board had taken the position that it will like to explore rather entertain what the minister's report is going to be on the specific issue of the inquiry, and that it would then wait for the minister's inputs before it takes or makes a determination as to which way to go.
So the meeting did not make any final decision on the inquiry and on the suspensions of the executives. I'm now talking about the meeting before the minister arrived. But there was a discussion on these issues, and the meeting said we would like to hear the minister's input on these issues before we take final decisions.
And that is the position, Chair.
That is the position. Yes. And at that meeting, everything was going smoothly.
Yes.
There seemed to be no animosity towards you on the part of anybody in the meeting.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. You wanted to emphasize earlier on a point about when that meeting was concluded, you wanted to say something about the executives, and I think I interrupted you. I think there was something you wanted to say as to what the meeting was saying about the suspension of executives.
Okay, if I remember well, there was no set feeling about suspensions. There was no conclusive thinking that the executive should be actually suspended.
Yeah, okay.
So the affirmation of suspensions happened after the meeting with the minister.
Yes.
And I think that's an important observation from my perspective.
Would it be correct to say that that meeting before the minister arrived was used to inform the members of the board as much as possible about this issue of the inquiry and the suspensions without them being asked to make any decisions because the minister was still going to address them?
That is the case, yeah.
That would be correct, yeah.
Yes.
And then there was the next meeting was the meeting between the board and the minister, is that right?
Yes.
It's a board meeting at which the minister was invited.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes.
And when the minister came in, she addressed the board, and she pronounced herself on the suspensions and on the inquiry.
Yes.
And gave the board what would be a leeway or mandates to proceed.
Yes.
With both the inquiry and the requisite suspension.
Yeah. And during the time when the minister was there, the members of the board participated in a discussion, and there was a discussion on these issues, or they just allowed the minister to address them with a view that they would have their own deliberations after the minister had left.
No, the board members engaged with the minister.
They engaged with the minister.
They asked various questions and even other issues outside of the inquiry issue.
Yes. And you chaired that meeting.
Yes. The minister had committed at the induction that she would like to be able to see the board on a reasonably regular basis.
Yeah.
Touch base with how the board is doing and how things are.
Yes.
She's pretty much in touch with the business of the company.
Yes.
So this was one of those occasions where the minister used that opportunity just to talk a bit about some of her thoughts about what situations are facing from her perspective.
Now, by the time the minister had to leave, I take it no decisions were taken while the minister was there.
No, Chair.
Yeah. But was it pretty clear which way the board seemed to be going in regard to suspensions and the inquiry?
It was clear, Chair, because nobody on the board either countermanded what the minister was saying or gave a different view from hers.
Yes.
So one, had the distinct feeling that the board is going along with the thinking that the minister had brought on this issue of the inquiry and the suspension.
Yes. Now the minister then left.
Yes.
And then the board continued on their own. Is that right?
Correct. The board continued and the engagement was quite robust.
Yes.
And at the end of it, there was a decision that the board then made, and the board said that they would entertain the setting aside of the 3 executives.
Which was basically the suspensions.
Suspensions, yeah.
You say of the 3 executives.
Yeah, if I recall well, yes, Chair.
Yes.
And
went there 4. Didn't after the minister
the fourth
added.
came into the picture in the afternoon.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Oh, I thought the minister added the fourth one earlier.
The minister might have, I stand to be corrected here, the minister might have made reference to 4 executives. But what I seem to recall was that there was a pushback, certainly from me, there was a pushback against having the
Financial
director included in that. I would have to confirm, Chair.
Unless I'm confusing, was the financial director's name added at the Durban meeting?
No, sir.
Yeah, because I think I've had evidence or I've read somewhere where I think it was, either Mr. Matrona or yourself said the minister added the financial director's name, which had not been included. Mr.
That
Selega,
could possibly be my affidavit, yes.
Mr. Selega, you want to assist?
It is in Mr. Tsotsi's affidavit.
Oh, okay.
Where he says that the minister joined the meeting, mandated the board to carry out the suspensions of the executive. She even added the name of the financial director who was not part of the original 3 executives.
Yes. And that is at the time when the minister was attending this meeting of the board.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it was 4 executives that were being discussed after the minister added that name.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, after the minister had left, the discussions continued and the atmosphere, did you detect any negative or hostile attitude towards you on the part of any members of the board at that stage?
Chair, there was, during this meeting, there was pushback against the financial director being part of the executives. I think, if I recall well, Pamensky was also very uncomfortable.
Was uncomfortable about that?
Yes, about having the FD
included.
And for reasons which I agreed with him on.
Yeah.
I.e., as the custodian of the company's finances, the FD and the financial position of Eskom was very precarious at the time, and this would, in fact, reflect negatively, as well as the fact that, the finance division is one that dispenses funds to the others. for operational reasons, and it doesn't merit an inclusion into the inquiry to the extent that there could be a need to do it. So the discussion kept going back and forth regarding that.
Yeah.
And I recall speaking to, in my affidavit, I think I raised the issue of speaking to the minister on the phone and seriously questioning why we should be adding the finance director. And the minister retorted that we should do as, as we have been guided in terms of who the executives should be suspended.
When she was at the meeting of the board and she added the name of the financial director, before she left the meeting, did anybody say, what has the financial director done? Why must we add her? Did anybody say that? And if there was, how did the minister respond?
No, there was nobody who
raised that.
Yes.
But you raised it telephonically afterwards, later with the minister?
Yes.
Or on the same day?
On the same day, yes.
Yeah, and effectively you were questioning why the financial director should be included in their suspensions. And did she give you reasons why the financial director should be included?
She did not give me concrete reasons. All she said to me is that we should proceed as in the manner that we have been advised to proceed.
Advised by her?
By her, yes.
So she comes to the board. The board has got 3 names of executives to be suspended. She adds another name. When you ask her why, she doesn't give you reasons, but she says, in effect, the board must do as I've said it should do.
In effect, yes.
Yeah. But going back to the atmosphere towards you,
yes.
At that point now, they were talking about the meeting of the board after the minister had left. Was there anything that suggested that there was a negative or hostile or unfriendly attitude towards you by members of the board?
Chair, I think when I began to sense something when the pushback happened against the suspension of the FD, there were some board members who were decidedly firm about, no, we can't exclude the FD. We shouldn't.
Okay, now you were against you were against the inclusion of the financial director. Is that right?
Correct.
But are you saying you were not the only one? There were a number of other members of the board who also were against the inclusion of the financial director?
The one individual I remember specifically is Pamensky.
Mr. Pamensky?
Yeah.
But the majority, did they take some time to be convinced that she should be included, or was the position that the majority seemed to have no problem with her inclusion from the beginning? It was only 2 or 3 or 4 members, including yourself, who sought to resist her inclusion.
Chairman, I would say it would be fair to say the majority of the board did not really appear to be perturbed by the fact that
they did not appear to be perturbed by this. Yes. So when you talk about the pushback in the context of the financial director, you mean the pushback by yourself and maybe Mr. Pamensky, the few who were against the inclusion of the financial director?
Yes.
And what was the attitude of the majority of the board towards your pushback in regard to the financial director?
I think it varied depending on who was talking at the time.
Yes.
Some of the board members just simply said, look, we we have a decision to make, and this is what's on the table, let's make the decision
Yeah.
and get on with it.
Yes.
It varied from that
Yeah.
to a situation where, well, we need more time, we need,
Yes.
maybe, let's not rush this issue.
Yes.
You recall this was the spectrum, so to speak.
It was a very.
Yeah, you got the most, shall I say, liberal view,
Yes.
which said, look, we may be stepping on our toes here, we may be getting ourselves into a problem, we may be dealing with labor issues at the end of
Yeah.
the day before we know what's going on. Let's not rush this thing.
Yeah.
Let's slow down. To the one I'm saying, which says, look, we need to make a decision, and it's time to make a decision. Let's not dilly-dally. Let's get on with it.
Yes.
So you did have the extent of those opposing views.
Did you say you sensed something at that stage?
Yes, I
What's
did.
you? What did you sense, and what was the basis for you to sense whatever you sensed?
I sense that there are some members who wanted this matter to get settled fairly quickly without too much
Debate.
discussion, debate, and so on. So I started to feel that, well, this is going to be a lost cause. We're not going to avoid having the FD and part and parcel of those people who are to be suspended. And also, the idea of suspension was then an issue also that got discussed. Notwithstanding the fact that the legal advisor indicated that according to the Eskom rules, there wasn't any, shall I say, equivalent recusal process other than suspensions if the people were to be removed from the offices. Or should not be at their offices for the duration of the inquiry. As I say, notwithstanding that, there was still quite some discussion about, let's not forget the intent. The intent is not to punish these people. The intent is not to prejudice them and so on. And there were questions, that were asked by one or two of the different members as to really, is there really no way to avoid using the suspension route? Yeah, this happened especially when Nick was now part of the meeting. So,
Okay. So at the end of that meeting, namely the one which came after the minister had left, at the end of that meeting, you were sensing something, but nothing concrete. Oh.
yes, Chair, I was sensing there's something else that happened in that meeting, which incidentally is not recorded,
Yeah.
which gave me quite a bit of apprehension, which kind of clouded my mood altogether. And I don't understand why, and this is important, Chair, my view. I see no reason why this particular conversation is not part of the recorder. Because the recorder system was there. And we're in the same room. And if there are audio problems, the technicians are there to take care of that. Now, the issue I'm talking about is the discussion about the people who were supposed to act.
Who were?
Supposed to act.
To act, yeah.
Yes. That discussion took a strange turn, in my view. First of all, the purpose, among others, of the P&G committee was to come up with the names of the people who were supposed to act in the places of these executives to be suspended. What happened was I came across names that were had been produced from somewhere. And the first question I asked is, where on earth do these names come from? Because none of you in this meeting know anything about the executives at Eskom. To the extent that you can say that this person is qualified to act. And the response I got was that these names came from the minister. And specifically, this was the response I got from Dr. Ngubane. Now, I was taken aback because the minister doesn't know anything about who has got the capacity or the capability of acting. She wouldn't know. So immediately I had the sense that there is some hand here, an external hand that is driving this particular process. This applied to 3 of the executives, that is finance, that is group capital, and that was commercial and technology. Now, when it came to the chief executive, the suggestion was that Zethembe Khoza should act. Now, I have a very clear recollection of the fact that Zethembe said immediately that he doesn't feel he is up to it. And Zethembe had just come from, at that time, I think he was involved with Telkom somewhere, in Telkom's business. And there was a dismissal of his concern that, no, go ahead, you'll be fine, you should do it. And I was uncomfortable with that. And quite frankly, I felt that he was out of his depth. Admittedly, I did not know him, but I didn't have the comfort level in having engaged with him for the brief time that I did, that, you know, this would be something he could deal with. I will not cast any aspersions on his performance as acting FCE. I mean, that's for others to do, but I'm just saying that was my feeling at the time. So I'm saying, Chairman, that that exercise and the way it was pushed made me begin to wonder what actually is going on. For the first time, I had a sense that something was afoot. So that is when I felt that this things beginning to go in a direction which is not a positive direction.
But that is now, you say, at the meeting of the People and Governance Committee.
Yes.
That's not the same, or is it meeting that happened after the minister had gone?
That is the meeting.
That is the meeting.
That's the extension of that meeting, because the board had a discussion after the minister left, and then in the afternoon went into the People and Governance meeting. I think it started at, what is it, 2:30 or something like that?
Yes, well, I think earlier on you may have said that the board decided that the board, at the meeting immediately after the minister had left, the board decided that certain issues should be dealt with by the People and Governance Committee. Is that
Yes.
right? The suspensions.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that is now the execution. Was that going to be the execution in?
Yes.
Yeah, the decision had been made.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the question of who were going to act in the positions of the executives to be suspended. That was one of the issues that the board said should go to the People and Governance Committee.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And the People and Governance Committee, did it happen after lunch?
Happened after lunch, yes.
Because yesterday you said you went to lunch, and then when you came back, you were 10 minutes late to that meeting. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, but by the end of the meeting of the board that happened after the minister had left, the position is that you had sensed something, but nothing concrete as yet about the board's attitude towards you, or some members of the board, their attitude towards you, or not really?
Not really, not by the end of the board meeting before lunch.
Okay.
Yes.
It was only at the People and Governance Committee that you began to sense that there was some other hand.
Before that,
Before that?
yes, because the board, I'm trying to remember now, Chair, at what point the pushback, no, I think you're correct. I've got the sequence wrong. Yes, the pushback against the FD, I think occurred after the meeting with the minister.
Yes.
Because the board, it was a full board.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
That gave
So
you,
that's when, yes, you're
you
correct.
started
That's when
sensing.
I began to
Yes,
sense that something
yes.
is not right.
Yes, but nothing concrete, but just a sense.
Yes.
Then at the People and Governance Committee meeting, did you begin to have feel anything concrete? Was your sense, did it become stronger that there was something, and was it just about something, or also the attitude towards you? Did it begin to change or not really?
Well, Chair, as I said, you know, the way the acting roles were dealt with simply heightened the apprehension now that I started to develop. It really pushed it to a point where I now said to myself, surely there's something afoot here. Because
Yeah.
I was convinced without any reasonable doubt that there was no way anybody in the entire board other than myself, except of course for the executive directors
Yes.
on the board.
Yes,
The non-executive directors, there was no one else who knew
Knew
the
these
executives
people.
better than I did.
yes,
And
yes.
I knew who would be suitable for that role. So that straight away just pushed me into the, apprehension mode
Yes.
and starting to wonder what on earth is going on.
But at that stage, you were just sensing that there was something, and some outside hand, outside of the committee or the board, but you were not sensing anything towards you as chairperson, any negative.
Yes, that I think is fair to say.
Yes.
I was not sensing anything towards me specifically, but that there was something in on the go, which
Yes.
I couldn't really fathom.
Yes. That meeting of the People and Governance Committee, it ended with an endorsement of the names that you were told had been given by the minister as the people would act in the positions of the executives.
Yes,
That was confirmed.
yes.
Yeah. And you were given no answer with regard to, but you people don't know these people. The only answer you were given was the minister gave these names.
That's right.
And when you said, but the minister wouldn't know those people themselves, nobody said anything when you said that?
Nope.
Okay, all right. Now, this part that I'm talking about, where it seemed that the board was turning on you, it may be that you did give evidence about it previously, and that's where it comes, where I'm getting from. Did you cover that when you gave evidence previously about how you were kicked out?
I probably referred to my own suspension
Yes.
as an indication, Chair, that the board has turned against me.
Mr. Seleka, have you had a chance to look at the previous evidence? Do you know whether it was covered? Because I don't want us to cover something that we have covered.
Yeah, I think I've read his testimony at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, Chair.
Yes, yes. You're not sure about?
But it doesn't ring a bell
It doesn't ring a bell.
immediately, yeah.
Yes. You remember there is a meeting where you came with a lawyer
Yes.
to the board meeting, and there were discussions.
Yeah, that's when he's already in the suspension.
Yes. So do you think you covered that last time when you gave evidence? I just want to make sure we don't leave out
Yes.
something important. You can't remember,
I don't recall, Chair.
but you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
The meeting
yes.
was in the evening, and I think your counsel was Advocate Kasim, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's
Yes,
correct.
Nazir Kasim.
Okay. Okay, I know where you are.
You know, yeah. So
Yes.
basically, I just want you to cover at what stage the board began to accuse you of doing this or that or not doing that and that, and beginning to say you brought in somebody without authority or without procurement, or talk about Mr. Lell, and then when then they started to basically put you in the dock, and then and up to the end.
Let me just quickly cover that, Chair, if I may,
Yes,
just so we
yes, yeah.
can bridge that gap.
Yes, yeah.
Following the day of the suspensions, and then there was, as I said, there was a press conference the following day. That would have been around the, what is it, the 12th, 13th, maybe? But there was a time then when Lell was focusing his attention now with assisting the ARC committee.
The Audit and Risk Committee.
Audit and Risk Committee. Now, Nick reported to me that on the morning of the 17th, that was now at about 4:20 a.m., he received an email from the Secretariat, which said to him, look, your scheduled meeting with the Committee of Audit and Risk has been, you are no longer required to attend that meeting. And essentially, the people that he was due to interact with that day, everybody seemed to stand off. And there was a point where he had an arrangement to meet with Ms. Mabude as part of the work that he was doing. I think that meeting also got canceled or something to that effect. And he does say in his evidence, I don't know what it is.
Should I assist, Chair, with
Yes,
the
yes, please,
page
yeah,
references? That's from page 152, Chairperson.
I just realized now that we have gone past 1 o'clock. But let's quickly, just cover this part. And
Yes,
then,
Chair.
Yeah.
The evidence leader has promised to buy me lunch, Chair, because I didn't want to bring my lunch today.
I offer to do that, Chair.
Yes, 157.
His affidavit, Chairperson, the relevant sections that Mr. Tsotsi is referring to are on page 152 and 153.
Yes,
Page 151 gives you the context.
yes.
So if you look at page 152,
Oh, this is the earlier affidavit.
that's Mr. Nick Lennell's affidavit to this commission.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
okay. Yes,
He says at paragraph 34, so he's explaining 151, he comes out of the meeting, there's a press conference.
Yes.
The press conference, Mr. Tsotsi announces the suspensions, announces him being appointed as a
Yes.
coordinator,
yes,
and then he deals with what happens thereafter.
yes,
He
yes.
then because he's appointed as a coordinator, he receives paragraph 34. Following that, I received a number of communications from Eskom, including an invitation from Mr. Naiju. I think that should be Dr. Naiju.
Yes.
A director to join the board's Recovery and Build Program Review Committee workshop the following week. His communication with that committee included reference to the board's intention to commit a deep dive investigation. This is relevant to the recognition that the inquiry was underway. Then he receives an invitation to attend the Audit and Risk Subcommittee. The dates are 19 and 23rd.
Yeah.
On the 12th of March, Minister Brown releases a media statement dealing with the suspension of the inquiry. And I was about that time required to provide my proposed draft terms of reference. Now that's all around the 12th of March. Then you go to page 153, paragraph 40. He says, I emailed the first draft of the terms of reference to Ms. Mabude and the company secretary on Sunday, 15 March 2015. Paragraph 41, on the evening of Monday, 16th, I had a discussion with Ms. Mabude regarding the terms of reference which I had submitted. That discussion was brief. I was concerned that Ms. Mabude now refused to allow me access to the input received from the executives. There was a notable cooling of enthusiasm. That conversation ended with an agreement that I would meet Ms. Mabude the following morning at around midday, 17 March. Then this is what Mr. Tsotsi is talking about. At 4:50 a.m. on the 17th of March, I received an email from Mr. Tulo Selele, copied to the company secretary, purporting to inform me that the Board Audit and Risk and Compliance Committee would now be handling the forensic fact-finding inquiry. I assumed to be referring to an inquiry I was preparing for. I was informed that I was no longer required to attend the meeting previously arranged.
Yeah, so maybe I got a lot of the information from this affidavit, because there you can see that there seems to be a change of attitude towards Mr. Lell as well. And I think either simultaneously or soon thereafter, there seems to be a negative or hostile attitude on the part of the board towards Mr. Tsotsi. Is that right, Mr. Tsotsi?
Well, answer the chair.
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
Yes.
Barring what you want to say, evidence leader, but I was going to say, it is then 3 days later,
Yes.
essentially 2 days later,
Yes.
on the 19th,
Yes.
that the committee then first indicated that I was going to be charged
Yes.
for whatever the reasons they gave at the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was now patently clear
Yeah.
that something had been happening,
Yes.
and that between the 16th and the 19th,
Yeah.
something very specific happened.
Yes. Yes.
Now,
Okay.
I don't know if this appears in this affidavit, but Mr. Lell has his own view of what happened in the night of the 16th,
Yes.
which he shared this with me at some point.
Yeah.
What is the reference there of that specific? I just want to make sure I'm.
Sorry,
Where he
What do you have?
where he gave his thinking of what happened.
Yes, I think it's somewhere in this. Is it in this affidavit? I've seen it in one of his documents.
Well, if you tell Mr.
tell me
Seleke what it is, he
Yes.
might know where to find it.
Okay, Chair, what Nick said was that he heard that there was a secret meeting that night where some of the board members were in attendance together with it says the suspended executives, and Salim Issa is said to have been in that meeting together with Tony Gupta. There's no indication of what was discussed, but there is a clear indication of what transpired. What seems to be the impact of whatever was discussed in that meeting. It certainly had a direct impact on what Nick Lell was supposed to be doing.
Yes, yes.
And ultimately, I think, on what on my own position.
Yes.
Because it was on the 19th of the 19th board meeting that the whole issue of accusations against me began.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
May I?
Mr. Selege, if it's here, it's on affidavit. One will look at it, but you can highlight what you think you haven't highlighted in relation to your removal. If you, whatever you think you might not have highlighted that you would like to highlight, to say, out of the process, out of my removal, here are the important things that I would like to highlight. So, but maybe we could take the lunch break, and then when you come back, you can quickly deal with that, and then we move to what Mr. Lege wanted to cover.
Yes.
But the lunch break would give you a chance to reflect on what it is that you think is quite important in relation to your removal that you would like to highlight.
Yes, thank you.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Let's take the lunch break now, and we will resume at 2:30. We are
Thank you, Chair.
All right.
informed about it. I just heard from the company secretary that they had gone to Cape Town to go and meet with the minister. I've yet to see the minutes of that meeting. I don't know whether, in fact, we have copies of that meeting, but I really don't know. That meeting happened possibly between the 19th and maybe the 22nd, something like that. Somewhere there. So at this point, Chair, I'm simply just floating, not being engaged in the business. I tried to do what I thought I should be doing, but there was no response really from the board. They were having their own interactions among themselves. I don't recall when next they had a board meeting, but that we can establish somehow. But as was the previous case, I was now essentially not invited to, rather, let me put it this way, board meetings were not being convened by myself.
Now, on the 19th, that ordinary board meeting, you say they asked you to leave the meeting because they wanted to discuss you.
Yes.
At that time, you were chairing the meeting.
Yes.
When they asked you to excuse yourself.
Correct.
And was there a deputy or vice chairperson of the board, or there was no deputy or vice chairperson of the board?
No, there was no such
Yes.
position.
So in the absence of the chairperson, what would happen? Would the board members elect a chairperson for the time being?
Yes, they would not really elect, but they would decide.
They would
that
just
a
decide,
particular
yeah.
individual can chair the meeting.
Yes, okay, all right. Did you get to hear at any stage who was chairing their meetings in your absence? At that time, did you get to hear from one source or another?
I heard the name of Ben Ngubane mentioned, Dr. Ngubane,
Yes.
and really I can't say
You can't say for sure.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you stepped out of the meeting, they had a discussion, their discussion. Did they call you back at some stage on the same day?
I think so. I don't know the in-committee meetings, what they say.
Chairpersons, thank you. The answers you are asking, I mean, the questions you are asking may be answered by the document itself.
Yes,
The minute
yes.
of the meeting,
Yes.
which is found on page 679.
679.
Yes, we did refer to parts of the minutes and aspects the chairperson is dealing with appear further down in those minutes. So page 679, Mr. Tsotsi, of the bundle. There's a copy of Eskom. Now, it says here minutes of the Eskom Holdings Special Board in-committee meeting of 19 March 2015. Now, it doesn't specify the time, but you will see later on that this is late at night. The members present are there. We went through that list. You must be on page 679. On which page are you, Mr. Tsotsi?
I am on page 679, yes.
Okay, so the list of the members are present there. You are the chairperson, as indicated. Can you
Correct.
see that? Dr. Ngubane is also present. We've gone through that list. The questions the chairperson is asking you. Turn the page to 681. At the middle of the
yes, I can
page,
see.
yes, at the middle of the page, you have Mr. Kumalo joined the meeting. Resolution by the board. You see that?
Yes.
Then break and resumed at 23:40. That's 20 to 12.
Yes.
Before midnight. The chairman was excused from the meeting. Dr. Ngubane was elected to chair the meeting. You see that?
Yes.
And I think you come back on the next page, page 682. The chairman then came back to the meeting at 12:37. Mr. Tsutsi, that's,
Correct, yes, I see that.
you see that?
Yes.
Is that 23 minutes before 1 o'clock,
Yes.
after midnight?
It looks like you were out of the meeting for about an hour or so.
That's correct, just short of an hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and it does appear from the minutes that Dr. Ngubane was elected chairperson after you had left.
Yes.
And yet you did come back. But the minutes don't appear to indicate what you were told when you came back.
Yes.
Do you remember whether you were told anything?
My recollection, Chairman, is that I was told that there are charges that are going to be brought against me.
Yes. At that stage, you were not given any particulars as to what the charges were.
No,
Okay.
I was not.
And when you came back, you were not allowed to take the chair.
I did not take the chair.
Yes. Yes. Okay. All right.
If I may, Chair. Mr. Tsutsi, why did you have to recuse yourself from the meeting?
Well, I didn't literally accuse myself, but
Well,
they
why were
asked
you
me-
excused? I beg your pardon, they
Yes.
used the word excused from the meeting. Chairman was excused from the meeting. Why were you excused?
They said to me that the board wants to discuss me. And for that reason, they would prefer that I not be present when they discuss me.
Do you remember who in the board said that? Among the board members, do you remember who came up with that? Or do you not remember?
Chair, I honestly do not recall
Yes.
the probability. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This was also very interesting. Now that I see that Mr. Kumalo joined the meeting. Chairman, there was something very strange about the way this thing went about. We were sitting in this meeting, having this meeting as indicated here. Then Romeo Kumalo walked into the meeting. The moment he walked into the meeting, I was then asked to excuse myself because he came from somewhere, I don't know where he came from. It's as though he came and brought some message because he shared a private conversation with one or two of the board members. And I seem to recall it was Dr. Ngubane. Maybe he can tell us if that was him. But I seem to think that he did share something. But what I do specifically remember, I even commented about this afterwards, that Romeo Kumalo seems to have brought something which triggered this reaction from them to say, right, Chairman would like you to excuse us.
Yes. Okay, but you don't know what it is, what message or whatever.
I have no idea, Chairman. I
Yes.
don't know.
But your being asked to leave the meeting happened soon after Mr. Romeo Kumalo had come in.
Precisely.
Yeah, and had come in and talked to one or two members of the board.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Until that point, what was your assessment of the board towards you?
Chairman, I did feel that there was no sense of comfort in the
Yes.
board. There certainly was not.
There was some
The atmosphere was
uneasiness.
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
yes.
All right. We focused on this because I asked you certain questions. You are still just telling the story about your removal or resignation. You are highlighting what you wanted to highlight.
Yes. Chair, if you pardon me, there's something also very important which I forgot to mention.
Yes.
In relation to all of this.
Yeah.
What happened the day after the suspensions were effected? I then went and had a press conference where I announced this to South Africa, basically. By middle of the day, and this press conference was something in the morning hours, or maybe around 9, 10 o'clock in the morning.
And that would have been the 11th or the 12th of March?
It was on the 12th of March.
It was on the 12th of March.
I think so.
The press conference, Mr. Nick Lell talks about it in his affidavit. According to him, it was after the suspensions took place.
The following morning, because the suspensions finished at about midnight or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So then, Mr. Den Marukani, which is one of the suspended executives, I think confirms that position.
Yes.
Because he was suspended the next day, and
Yes.
the press conference came after his suspension.
That's correct, yes.
So the announcement of the suspension of the executives happened after you yourself had been suspended?
No.
He's back to the 11th and 12th.
No, I'm back to the 11th now.
Okay, because the decision to suspend the executives was taken on the 11th.
That's correct.
So the announcement of those suspensions to the public, did it take place on the 11th or on the 12th or on whatever other day?
It was on the 12th.
It happened on the 12th.
It was my son's birthday that day, I remember very well.
Okay, all right.
It was on the 12th, Chair, during the morning hours. And the issue that I want to highlight on that day was that something, let me put it this way, the event that happened after that, turned out that was probably the worst day I had at Eskom, as an Eskom chairman.
What happened?
I was informed by the head of treasury at Eskom that there was a series of phone calls that I was to entertain from our investors. It turns out there were some 52 investors who had organized, a teleconference. Anything from Hawaii to Japan. I mean, that is right across the globe. Who wanted to find out what's going on. And the focus of their interest was what is happening with the financial director in the company. The financial director is the only executive that is mentioned in the main by the people, by these investors. And they're all asking the same question. What is going on? What's the problem? And Chair, as I said in my submission at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, I felt like it was like defending the indefensible. That's how I felt. I was completely drained at the end of that experience. Because in all conscience, I couldn't really say that there is a plausible reason for us to have done what we've done. So that was the first real feeling of betrayal coming out of that, notwithstanding the fact that I had been part of the process myself. But, I had to deal with these things on my own. And so when that passed, the feeling settled in quite well that I am now in a very uncomfortable position and anything could happen. So when the 19th happened, it was as though it was in the making because of the events that had been taking place prior to that, some of which I've already mentioned.
Now, on the 12th, when you addressed the press conference, excuse me, did you address it on your own without any of the board members?
No, the board members were present. There was I think, it does say, I think in one of the documents, which board members were asked to attend.
Oh, so, but you were not alone?
No, I was not alone.
Yes.
Yes.
And did they participate in terms of dealing with questions, or you dealt with all the questions yourself and they were just there, I guess, to support?
That was the only thing that happened. They were just there to support.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, they didn't say anything.
Okay. Now, so you dealt with these queries and questions from investors all over the world, but you felt that you were defending the indefensible.
Yes.
Yes. When you had to deal with those investors, I guess the board members were not there. These were just phone calls that you were answering.
Yes, I was all alone.
Yes. Yes. Why did you feel you were on your own when you were answering those questions from the investors? Was it simply because you were feeling that you were defending the indefensible, but you thought that everybody else in the board thought this was defensible, or what was this situation? Why did you feel that you were on your own?
I felt I was on my own, Chairman, because I did not believe that any of the board members would be able to substantiate the action in any credible way at all. Apart from the fact that it would look very strange to some investors talking to someone who's been in the business for a month and a half, 2 months, maybe 3 months, who would be expected to have the requisite understanding of, Eskom's relationship with its investors. As you are aware, we discussed in one of those board meetings, the road shows and so on. So those kinds of questions, they would not have been able to deal with in terms of the expectation of our investors in the circumstances where things like this are happening.
And you say the investors who called focused simply on the financial director. There are questions related to the financial director and what's happening at Eskom, but they were not asking about the other executives.
Well, they were not. They did mention that they're hearing that some executives have been suspended.
Yes.
Some did also question the suspension of the chief executive.
Yeah.
I must confess. But the majority of them were concerned about, the custodianship of the investment.
Yes. Okay.
Through the management of the FD.
Yes. Yes.
So that was really their focus.
Even that it had been said, and you said that the suspension of the other executives wasn't based on any accusation of wrongdoing on their part. Why does it seem like it was more difficult to defend the suspension of the financial director than it was to defend the decision to suspend the other executives? Because all of them were not said to have, the suspensions were not based on any allegations of wrongdoing.
I think, Chair, because the perception is that if the custodianship of the finances of the business is in a way being placed in jeopardy from their perspective, then they should be worried about the company's capacity to protect their investments. Because Eskom has got loans and they've put money into the Eskom bonds, etc. So I understood pretty well why they were concerned about focusing their thinking and their expression on the financial side of the business, through the inquiries they were making about the financial director.
But in terms of conduct, would you agree that there may have been no basis to distinguish between the FD and the other executives, because their suspensions, all of them, was based on saying there is no allegation of wrongdoing?
Absolutely.
Yes.
No, there's certainly no differentiation.
Yes, the only difference with regard to the financial director may simply be that, certainly in the eyes of the investors, her role may have been seen as quite critical for their purposes.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the basis of defending her suspension would be the same as the basis for defending the others. Namely, we are not saying that the FD has committed any misconduct.
Yes.
All we are doing is there is going to be an investigation, and we think that it would be better if the FD and the other executives are not there when the investigations happen, so that employees feel freer to say whatever they might wish to say to the investigators. That's the same story with everybody, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes.
Yes.
So that it's not like there is a separate explanation for her suspension, different from the explanation for the suspension of the other executives.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If you had not finished what you wanted to highlight, you can continue and finalize.
Yeah, let me just wrap up here,
Yes,
Chairman.
okay.
As I said, the team then went to Cape Town to meet the minister, and of course I was excluded from that meeting as well. I think it was a Friday, the day they went. And the following week, and sometime in the middle of the week, I then received an invitation to appear before the board to answer to these charges. And I went to hear, and obviously I organized my legal support, and we were given a very tight timeline within which to respond, and we requested a postponement, and eventually we then had this meeting on the 30th of March. Now, this meeting, I think, is in the, there should be some record of it.
It's in the bundle, page 683.
683.
Yes, that is 30 March.
Correct, Chair.
Yes.
Yes. Chair, this meeting then was constituted by the board, including myself, and then the board had its legal advisors, and I also brought in my own legal advisors. And the substance of it really is that the board then asked that there are the charges that have been given, and how do I plead in terms of those charges. I then went on to deal with them. Obviously, we had prepared in advance with my team, and I went on to defend myself. And at the end of my presentation, There were one or two interventions by my lawyers and their lawyers on their side. And then following that, I was asked to recuse myself, which I did. And in essence, I was pleading my innocence and that there's no reason for me to be pursued in this manner. Because the essential charge is was that I am not fit to be a director. Yes. Now, after a while, the board had been...
And the factual basis for that allegation that you are not fit to be a director being what?
The four charges that
the four charges that we have looked at. Okay.
Yes, that's right. So at the end, at some point in the evening, the board sent a delegation to come and talk to me, consisting of Dr. Ngubani and Romeo Kumar. They then made a proposition to me that if I agree to resign, they would then drop the charges against me because they did not want there to be a prolonged, messy engagement between us. Now, in the interim, I had been assured by my counsel that the basis upon which these charges were founded is quite flimsy, and in essence, they were easily dismissible before a court of law. But I had reasoned in my own mind that this sort of thing can impugn the reputation of the business, not least of all mine. And so I thought it's in the best interest, my best interest, and that of the company, to step out, accept the offer of resignation, and then, move away from the company. So what then happened was I said, fine, I would accept, but we need to go back to the board so I can tell the board my response. So I went into the board meeting, and of course I told them, in some respects, something of an earful in terms of what I thought they were doing. And at the end of it all, I made my request to the board about certain issues pertaining to me personally, which were, first of all, that my belief is that I'm entitled to my legal defense by the company, to which the board readily agreed. And secondly, that I was left with 3 months or so of my term for the first year because my contract was such that it was a 3-year contract, renewable every year. So there was about 3 months left before expiry of the first year. And I asked that I should be compensated for the balance of the time left. The board responded to say they thought they could do that. They agreed to that, but that matter is in the hands of the minister, because the minister is responsible for the remuneration of the directors. And then the third aspect, I think, had to do with my request to retain my tablet, I think, and my phone at my own cost. So that the board granted me as well. Then I, of course, requested time to clear my office, which I was given. Then, Chairman, what happened shortly thereafter, of course, the media was all over the place. And we're talking about 1 a.m., I think, by the time we got out of the building. But certainly the next day, I was inundated by media. There was a particular interview that I had, I think it was the day after, where I was asked a very specific question, and the question had to do with what do I think, how it is that I was in the situation that I was in. And specifically, as a minister, has anything to do with it? I responded in the affirmative to say, I believe that the minister has something to do with my removal from Eskom, or had a hand in it. Shortly thereafter, I think about 2 days thereafter, I was informed by Dr. Ngubane that the minister objected strenuously to the statement I made in the media, and if I don't retract that statement, I will not receive any remuneration. And sure enough, almost a week later, I received a letter from the minister turning down my request for the balance of my term. That, Chairman, is the essence, the substance of what happened up to the time I literally stepped out of the company. But one unfortunate fallout also is the fact that despite numerous attempts to collect my legal fees from Eskom, Eskom has consistently denied paying my legal fees, and up to now my fees have not been paid. So that is the essence of what happened.
Well, no, thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. It seems, the method seems not dissimilar to some of the more methods I've had evidence about, where people, officials in either state-owned entities or in government departments or organs of state, who were perceived as people who were would not cooperate with those who wanted to do wrong, would be put on suspension. They would be told that they would face a disciplinary hearing, that it would take long before any charges were put together, or sometimes they were not put together. And the people were then offered settlements to go away. It happened to Dr. Dawa at SAA. There's been evidence about how Mr. Ngasana, who used to be National Director of Public Prosecutions, was removed. His settlement agreement with the government said he is fit to be employed in any senior position, if I recall correctly. But he was removed. And there may be something similar with regard to Mr. Vusipikoli. But you also have, there was Ms. Mshe at SAA as well. There was a CEO at Denton who was put through quite a process and ultimately had to leave. There is a big number of people who were treated like that, about whom I've been given evidence. Of course, it also seems that what happened to you is also not very different from what happened to Mr. Matona. You get suspended, and before there could be a full ventilation of what the issues are, then there's discussion of a settlement. And he gave evidence, I believe you were here, to say in the negotiations, those who represented the board said, going back to your job is out of the question. and he was given 12 months' salary. So it's very worrying. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, just to emphasize the point the Chairperson is making with you, is that when you look at these charges against the backdrop of the decisions that are taken on 11 March 2015 meeting, the audio recordings of which we have played parts of it, where we hear that one of the board members saying, Mr. Nick, we are contracting with you and not ENS. And you look at subsequent engagements made with him, Mr. Nick Lell, you've seen in his affidavit, he says he receives the invitation to attend some of the subcommittee meetings exactly for the purposes of assisting the P&G committee, People and Governance, and the Audit and Risk Committee. Then there's also the BUILD program workshop he refers to. All that emanating from the board itself. It puzzles one to thereafter. This is happening on the 11th. And there's further engagement with him on the 12th, on the 13th, and so on. So on the 19th, you have a meeting. 8 days later. Maybe even shorter, because Mr. Linnell said the email that cancels his invitation was only received on the 17th. You get a board that resolves to charge you for engaging Mr. Linnell. You get a board that resolves to charge you for allegedly Mr. Linnell starting to work without board approval. There's charge 2. And I was asking you, how do you deal with those charges? But I think you have now provided an answer during your explanation to the chairperson that your lawyers said these charges will be dismissible. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
What was going on in your mind, if you could just give me a picture, as you were sitting there defending yourself to a board that, as far as you knew, had endorsed all of these things with you about Mr. Linnell, that board turning on you and charging you with contracting Mr. Linnell without following procedures or without them getting involved. What was going on? What were you thinking was happening? Could you believe what you were seeing?
Chairman, I certainly was, every possible description, flabbergasted. I was, you know, one of the questions I asked the board members, I asked them if they have an appreciation of the gravity of the situation, not only that they've placed me in, but they're placing the company in. And I said, and this is occurring at the time when literally only one of you has any knowledge of this company's business. The rest of the board did not have the knowledge of the company's business. And I said, you then have the temerity to take action of this nature. I think there's something that is seriously wrong with the thinking that has taken you to where we are now. You have not applied your minds to what you have now placed the company in. And so I don't think that you merit to be where you are. So I think, hopefully, they had time to reflect on what I had to say, and probably did some introspection to understand, at the end of the day, the gravity of what they'd done. So I hoped that that would happen. And on a somewhat lighter note, Chairman, in a grave situation, I said to them that one of the things I learned when I was living in the United States is an old expression that I learned from my American friends, which goes, what goes around comes around. And when I think of what has happened since I left Eskom, I reflect and say, indeed, what goes around does come around. Because if you look at what has happened to the very people who are orchestrating my departure from Eskom, what has happened?
Also, I've never heard of the chairperson of a board being charged by the board and all of that. I'd never heard of anything like that before I heard about your being charged. You have sat in many boards. Is that something that does happen reasonably?
I've never counted a chair. It's the first time.
Yes. Did they have power to bring charges against you? Do you know? Could they bring charges against, or if they didn't have confidence in you, they just needed to vote and say they have no confidence in you, that's all? Or is that something you don't know?
I would have to consult my legal advice, Chair.
It's something you never applied your mind to?
No.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Mr. Slinger.
Thank you, Chair. And then charge 3 deals with some media statement.
Well, I'm sorry. You know, part of the reason why I ask is because they didn't appoint you to the board.
Correct.
They didn't appoint you as chairperson.
Yes.
So I wonder where they would get the power to dismiss somebody they didn't appoint. Maybe they do, but I'm saying that's part of the reason why I was asking.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Well, and there's the matter is taken further in charge 3. The director authorized the commissioning of a media statement in relation to an inquiry into the affairs of the company with the assistance of the consultant without the knowledge and a consent of the board. But Mr. Tutsi, you have gone through the transcripts.
Yes.
There is a point there where Mr. Lell says, I have prepared the draft, and they're all excited, want to see the draft he's prepared. And one of the board members, in fact, goes further to say Mr. Lell should work with, I think they say, Mr. Mark Aminsky, or is it Dr. Naidu on the draft? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I will get that portion so for the benefit of the chairperson. And then the remaining charges deal with the integrity of the company and that you have failed to meet the minimum requirements of the standard of care expected of yourself. Now, it seems to me that if the board was accusing you of all these aspects, pointing a finger at you, the other fingers were pointing at the board itself.
Correct.
That means the board itself would have had to similarly step aside for the very reasons that they were charging you with.
That's right.
And not a single person, not a single member of this board stood up at any time and faced the rest of the board members and say, you people, what are you talking about? We all agreed to this. Not a single person said that when you were being charged with these charges.
Chairman,
Or was there?
I understood later on that the board had an issue with Norman Baloyi. And Norman actually left the board. I think he was also dealt with by the board and he had to leave. And he was questioning the actions of the board. There have been times when Mr. Baloyi has made, remember when I made the example of those people who were, at least the spectrum I spoke of on the liberal side, where people are saying we're rushing into this thing, let's think about it, we might get into a situation that we would regret to have gotten into, as against those who wanted things to get done and get done immediately. Now, Norman Baloyi was the one person who raised flags continuously, and he was pretty much ignored. So I think the people who would come to testify should be able to say, because I was not in the meeting.
But at no stage during the time that you were at the meeting with the board, either responding to the charges or being told the charges, at no stage did somebody say in your presence, I want my position to be clear, that I don't go along with this because we all went along with this together as a board. Nobody said that in your presence.
No, Chair.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, the transcript, the relevant part is page 799, Mr. Tsotsi. And Chair, while we go there, I can have it played, please.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Chair. Timestamp 1:50.50. That will be audio 9.1.2. Page 7. Seven double nine, yes.
So that we get the message across correctly.
Okay.
And you could do all that in writing.
So the messaging is simply saying
Yeah.
the board has decided.
Sorry, Mr. Tsotsi, whose voice?
That's
The
my
first-
voice, Chair.
No, the first one?
And it was Pat Naidu, one before that, I think.
Okay, let's carry on.
Just a minute. What, you say page 799?
799, yes. Of the transcript.
No. Doesn't reflect what is being said there.
Doesn't look like? Let's hear the audio.
Okay.
Let's.
This to capture.
Oh, my junior says
Capture that correctly.
my junior says I'm starting a page early. In the recording,
Oh, I see.
yes.
Okay.
So ultimately, what's the page number?
The page number, Chair. Let's start at 793.
790.
93.
93.
Well, 799, which you told us about earlier, does have, or does seem to me to have
Correct.
part of what we hear.
Correct.
Where it says capture all that. Did you capture all that? I thought that's what they are saying.
Correct, Chair. That's. Yeah, let's play it where the
So that we
chairperson
get
is.
the message right.
Yes, I heard that capture all that.
And you could,
That's towards the, that's at the bottom of page 799, where it says capture all that.
Let's pick it up there, chairperson.
do all that in writing.
So the messaging is simply saying
Yeah.
the board has decided that it is to carry out an
A
what was that you're
fact-finding,
saying? A fact-finding,
what did we say? A fact-finding exercise to fix the business. An independent fact-gathering exercise. Yes, independent fact-gathering exercise. Yo,
yes?
Whose voice is that, Mr. Tsotsi?
That was Pat Naidu, fact-finding exercise.
Thank you.
to fix the business.
Yes. Pat.
Right, continue. And two, in lieu of that, you've requested these particular four exhibitors.
No, before
Or
that.
before that.
Sorry, I can't get you verbatim. He seems.
No, I just stopped it there.
So the communique will say the board has decided
Yeah.
that it will institute a
An
fact-finding.
independent fact-gathering
An
exercise.
inquiry is a good word.
Inquiry.
It's a soft word.
Fact-finding
You want a
inquiry.
soft
Fact-finding inquiry,
Yeah.
right, to fix the business.
I think fix implies
And it's broken.
Or it's broken.
that it's broken.
Really decide.
It's a fact-finding exercise
To establish the
To establish.
status.
to establish the status of the business.
To establish the true
That's
status of the business.
incapability.
There you go.
That's right.
And the word true might be a problem because it implies that it's
Okay.
currently not true.
Okay.
So it's an unnecessary adjective. Yeah.
And to establish an accurate status of the business.
Yeah, but Chair, you know what? I'm going to go back to what the ambassador said. I think we're getting busy with stuff. We are not wordsmiths.
That is 793.
Somebody who does this through.
That seems to be on page 793 on mine,
Where they are now, I think my junior is confirming
where
that.
they are,
chairperson.
where the chairperson says to establish an accurate status of the business. And then Ms. Naidu says, yeah, but Chair, you know what, I'm going to go back to what the ambassador said. I think that's where they were just now.
Correct. Chair.
That is at page 793. Is that where everyone is?
For some reason, well, which, is it the red numbers, Chair, or is it the black numbers?
The
Red
numbers.
ones.
The red ones.
793 red ones.
793,
Yeah. Towards the bottom. To establish an accurate status of the business.
correct, yes.
I
I've
heard
got it.
you saying that on the audio.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I think that's where we are. Okay, all right. Then, Mr. Slegger, you guide us from now. At least we know now where we are.
Where we are, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I want to expedite it.
Yeah.
Please take it to 15050. Is it going back? 1:55:15. 1:55:15, timestamp.
I would think by now,
That's,
Hang on, we must first know
The page
on
number.
what page that is.
that's 797, Chairperson.
797, okay.
Against Mr. Linnell's name.
Yes.
through your shareholder minister, she has informed her boss, which is the president. So we have to watch out. When are they making statements? I would imagine this is going to have such a positive effect on the public that you would find your minister and the president will make a statement to this effect. Now, we all know he's talking in Parliament today, and so if your minister's told him about it, he might also make a statement in Parliament today. Who knows? But we have to anticipate that your announcement might not be the first announcement, because if the minister sprang up and said, "President, we're doing this," he's going to politically he should tell the public. He's the leader of the country. He should stand up and say, "Guys, the board is doing this and I support it."
Okay, now, I think I would have to obviously call the minister and tell her about the outcome of the meeting,
important, yeah.
right? And I would also indicate to her that
That is your voice, Mr.
Yes,
Tsotsi? Yes. You confirm, Mr. Tsotsi, that's
Yes,
your
I do,
voice?
Chair.
Yeah, okay. Continue.
we intend to put out a statement tonight just about the decision of the board to do this fact-finding inquiry. That's so she knows that is coming out into the media. Now, she may have whatever responses she has, but certainly it's important for
Good
her.
protocol.
She may want us to have that email to.
Yeah, listen to this, Chairman. Board and
Whose voice it is, Mr. Tsotsi?
Pat Naidu.
Thank you.
in its pursuit to, can I say it? Board in its pursuit of making Eskom world-class, something like that, has resolved to commission an independent fact-gathering exercise on the health and condition of Eskom. To this end, board has requested 4 of the top executives of the company to be relieved of the duties during the period of the fact-gathering exercise.
No, I wouldn't do that because that's premature.
Oh.
I think it was the middle bit.
Still need to have that
right.
meeting with them.
No, I think adjectives like world-class organization are superlatives which are not necessary because you're business people.
Yeah.
That's marketing talk. I
Okay.
think what you want to do is say, we as a board have taken a decision to do this. The reason is we want to better understand the status and the condition of our capacity and capability and make adjustments as are necessary in the circumstances. And then reassure the public that there's no immediate risk that you're concerned of that they haven't been previously told about. So it's a positive statement with countering a negative impression. And in no adjectives.
Mr. Tsotsi, please confirm whose voice is that?
That was Nick, but now voice the last one.
So members of the board are engaging with him
Yes, Chair.
on what I gather is formulating a wording for a media statement that Eskom will release after they've suspended the executives.
Exactly.
Continue.
Because you're going to have to put something to
Capture order. Did you capture order?
But you can work with Nick.
Yeah.
And Andrew, that's in there. Where does he fit in here?
No.
Please just go back. There was a female voice at 1:58:11.
And
Because you're going to have to put something to
Capture order. Did you capture order?
But you can work with Nick.
Yeah.
That. Just stop there. Whose voice is that, Mr. Tsotsi? We hear, but you can work with Nick.
Can work with me. That's Ms. Naidu or Vinette. I can't tell. It was too short.
It's either Ms. Naidu or Ms. Venita Klein.
Yes.
Continue. Thank you.
And Andrew Hatzinger, where does he fit in here?
That's quite.
Okay, let me see.
That was quite a.
Ms. Mabude.
Yes, Abuda, yes.
Thank you.
Let me just get my.
I did draft something.
Did you draw something?
Pause there. There's
Okay.
Mr.
I did
Mr.
draft
Linnell.
something that was Nick Linnell. Did you draft something that was me asking, and Nick came back and said yes? Then I said, so let's us have a listen then.
Thank you. So then, that's charge 3.
Yes.
Charge 3, the director authorized the commissioning of a media statement in relation to an inquiry into the affairs of the company with the assistance of the consultant without the knowledge and or consent of the board.
Yes.
And he's there, he's saying to them, I did draft something. And they further engage with him on that. You see that?
Yes.
Mr. Tsotsi, the audios that we have been hearing here are of what was being said in a board meeting, is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Board members are taking part in discussions about what should go into a media statement that is going to be sent out or read out, is that right?
That's correct.
And this is happening in a board meeting.
Yes,
You are there, they are there.
absolutely.
But later they charge you with saying you authorized a media statement without their knowledge.
That's right, Chairman.
How does that happen?
It beats me. That's why I said
What was going on really here?
Chairman, there was a
People
desperate
have been
attempt.
appointed to be a board of a very important state-owned entity. But on the face of it, what one is hearing here is just something unbelievable.
Correct.
Well, maybe somebody, one of them or more will explain, and maybe we don't understand now because they have not explained. Maybe when they explain, we will understand.
Correct.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
Mr. Siliga.
Let's listen on further, Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes.
Just a little bit more.
But again, it's your decision. I mean, because obviously I've been thinking about
I think
the
we're
logical
delaying the
steps.
process to tell people that they're gone. They're gonna
Yeah,
go.
you all need to go ahead and do that.
They're gonna leave the offices. Huh?
Can,
They're gonna leave the offices.
yeah, can I just test an understanding?
That's the first time you hear the voice of Zetembe Khoza.
And what is he saying?
He's saying we are delaying the process in telling people that they are gone. They are going to go. Presumably talking about the executive.
The executive.
And then he says again, they're going to leave the offices.
I see. Thank
Oh,
you.
no, my mistake. He's referring to people who would be receiving this information in the organization. He wanted
The executives.
Oh,
Is he referring to the executives?
I think he's referring to the staff at Eskom, I think,
Which staff?
that the organization should know that there's this intent to carry out an inquiry.
Yes.
So the media statement, the idea was it should go out before the staff leave.
Oh,
The
okay.
organization.
Okay.
I think that's what he's talking about here. I think.
Got the impression, maybe wrongly, that the discussion is the executives who are to be suspended should get the information as soon as possible because they are going to go. But I may have completely misunderstood.
That was my impression as well, Chair.
No.
Oh. Well, Mr. Tutsi, you were there. You would know better.
Yeah, he would know better.
Please continue.
With you, as I understand it, I'd not be right.
Oh, can you please just go to where he starts, Mr. Lell? I believe that's him, Mr. Tutsi.
Yes.
And what page are we going to be on now?
It's page 801. Chair.
Okay.
At the top of 801.
Okay.
Taken a decision to do this. The reason is we want to better understand the status and the condition of our capacity and capability, and make adjustments as are necessary in the circumstances. And then reassure.
No,
That's way back.
799.
you're in the wrong place. Okay, start at 158. 15839.
Tell people when they board, they're going to go.
Yeah, you need to go ahead and do that.
They're going to leave the offices. Huh? They're going to leave the offices.
Yeah, can I just test an understanding with you? As I understand it, I'd not be right, but did the minister inform any of the individuals that they could well be suspended?
No, the minister is not involved.
No, Minister not
Minister's
involved.
not, this is a board.
It's a board discussion.
Okay.
Stop there.
Yes. The various members of the board was making the statement that in response to the question by Nick Lell as to whether the minister has informed any of the individuals that could well be suspended, and all of them were saying no, the minister is not involved.
So they don't understand that the minister wouldn't be the person to tell the executives you are suspended.
Well, Chair, I think the idea here, if I understand it, is that the decision to suspend is made by the board, so it's the board's responsibility to inform the executives that they are suspended. I think that's what Nick was referring to here. I presume as against informing the minister about the suspension of the executive. So,
well, I thought that Mr. Lell was asking whether the minister had informed the executives who were going to be suspended. That was his question.
that's right, yes.
And then somebody says, no, the minister is not involved. Another one says, no, our minister is not involved. And then another one says, this is a board decision. So I'm just saying, maybe it goes back to the point you made yesterday and today, that this board hasn't even begun to understand the business of Eskom. And they don't know the executives that they are making decisions about. But somebody, one or more of them, seems to or maybe that wasn't Mr. Lell, no, maybe I'm being unfair to them. Mr. Lell might have thought that the minister would be the one to tell the executives, but
That's
not
right,
the board member. Okay, maybe I was being unfair to them, yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Chairperson, he makes his point clearer
Yes.
later on, Mr. Lell himself.
Yes, okay,
And let's listen on,
okay.
because
okay.
it might answer the question, the very question you have in mind.
Yes, okay, all
Yes.
right.
So because, let me explain it after that.
Okay.
But did the minister inform any of the individuals that they could well be suspended?
No, the minister is not involved.
No, Minister not
Minister's
involved.
not, this is a board.
It's a board discussion.
Okay.
So Pause there. So you see the answer to that question, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes.
It's not an answer to that question. It's a response to the question, but it's not an answer to the question. The question is whether did the minister inform any of the executives whether they could be suspended?
Right.
The board members answer, they say, no, this is a board decision.
I suppose, well, sitting in the meeting and listening to Nick saying what he said, Chair, it says to me that the suspension of the executives probably should be announced, or the said executives should be informed by the minister as against the board. That's how I interpreted what Nick was saying here. So what the board members are responding to is that, no, it is the responsibility of the board to do that, and not of the minister. That is why they are saying the minister is not involved.
Because it's a board decision.
Yes, that it is a board decision. So the idea of communicating the suspensions to the executives should not involve the minister.
Let me put a different proposition to you, because you will see what Mr. Lell says thereafter. Mr. Lell seems to suggest that one of the executives has prior knowledge that they are going to be suspended. Could that be what Mr. Lell is saying? Just read further what his response.
Yes, I see that.
Yes. Just read it.
He says, okay, it might not be so.
That's right.
In which case, they already know. In other words,
So,
they could have been informed by the minister.
yeah. So he's not asking a question of authority to make the decision. He's asking whether there is prior communication, which then makes one of the executives to have prior knowledge of the decision before it is made.
Yes.
That's exactly his point.
Okay. I see.
So what the impression one, it's not even an impression, is what you see from the deliberations or discussions in this meeting. And you see that right at the beginning, and I hope the technician will help me very quickly. I'm going to refer you to the second of the audio recordings. Timestamp 22:45. Chairperson, I'll give you the page reference number. I think it's page 879.
Page?
879.
Okay.
Because it's a long piece, Chairperson, let's start on page 880. Timestamp 22:47.
The right way.
Right.
I agree.
Chair, if I can come in, I want to compare with the
Whose voice is that, Mr. Tsotsi?
That's Kwaita Mabuda.
Thank you.
with the doctrine. We are in South Africa, in case we were forgotten. we are in South Africa, and the problem in South Africa is that most things are discussed on the newspaper. And I don't want us to leave this room forgetting that in as much as we have the responsibility to take care of Eskom, we have a responsibility to protect our leaders. The point that we had said here when the minister was here to say the minister must be excused on some of the decisions that we ought to hear about. It's something that we need to take very seriously. The mention of the president in this time is something that we need to know that it is wrong. If it is mentioned to emphasize something, we must not even one person must leave with the word president, because we know the attack that has been done to our president. And for us to open an attack as well at our level, that would result in him being attacked further than he is now, is not right. And for us to, as the government, we need to take ownership of this process. He might have initiated, the minister might have given us guidance, but she cannot own this process. We need to own it. And to mention that.
You see that, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes.
We can't hear her properly. You could
remember to raise your voice.
See, thank you, Chair. We can hear her properly on the audio, but the transcription could assist us. And if you could read that last part.
Yes.
But there's a part where she says we must protect our leaders. Did you see that?
Yes, I saw that. On the previous page.
Can you start from there?
It says,
Is that on 879 or
880?
880, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi.
It says, she says here, in as much as we have a responsibility to take, I don't know what this is, we have a responsibility to protect our leaders. The point that we had said here was, when the minister was here to say the minister must be excused on some of the decisions that we need to report to her about, it's something that we need to take very seriously. The mention of the president in this boardroom is something that we need to know that it is wrong. It is, if it is mentioned to emphasize something, we must not even one person must leave with the word president, because we know the attack against government through our president, and for us to open an attack as well at our level, that would result in him being attacked further than he is now. It's not right, and for us to, as the doctor says, we need to take ownership of this process. He might have been shady. The minister might have given us guidance, but she cannot own this process. We need to own it, and the manner that the newspaper is going to outline that she arrived after this inspired her. So it means, therefore, that we need to defend that. We need to always make sure that we prevent our leaders, and we fail to do that. We have failed Eskom as well, and we have failed the country if we are part of people that are sabotaging effectively our leaders. We have failed.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi.
Right.
You could explain to the chairperson the context in which that statement was made.
Okay.
Because we understand from you that you had met with the president.
Yes.
We understand from your evidence that you had told about the president is the one who asked you to test the proposal with them.
Correct. Chair, this sentiment came through in the meeting of the 9th, the very first time we dealt with this matter. To the extent that it is said there's a set of minutes that mentions the president, and there's another set of minutes that doesn't mention the president, because some members felt that we shouldn't invoke the name of the president in our discussions or minutes. So this sentiment is once again coming across when the deliberation, as we had said earlier, remember earlier when Nick made the suggestion that if we don't move quickly, we might find that the president may want to put out a statement about what's happening at Eskom. So there is a certain, or there was a certain reluctance on the part of one or two of the board members to mention the name of the president. They were very uncomfortable when I specifically spoke about the fact that I had been summoned to the president's residence and had a meeting with him. There was some level of discomfort about that. So this is reflective of the same sort of discomfort once the president's name is mentioned in a board meeting.
And we see there too also that Ms. Mabuda says the minister might have given us guidance, but we must own this process.
Right.
What was that guidance?
When the minister came to speak, of course, the minister declared her position regarding not only the inquiry itself, but the suspensions, as I said earlier. So I'm presuming that she's referring to the fact that the minister gave her support to the board for the carrying out of the inquiry and as well as effecting the suspensions. So I'm presuming that she's referring to that aspect.
So it appears to be a clear acquiescence by the board in a proposal made from outside of the board to initiate an inquiry and to suspend the executives. Is that
Yes.
a fair assessment of what's happening?
Yes.
As I said to you yesterday, the board is acceding, and I will say this time around, not a demand, but a request / proposal from which originates outside of the board.
That's correct.
And it's taking a conscious decision to own this process.
Yes.
It may have originated outside, but they're deciding, let's own it to protect our leaders.
Correct.
Is that a fair assessment?
That is a fair assessment, yes.
And so your charges must be understood in the context of this meeting.
Yes.
So we can't divorce your charges from this meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Chairperson, I've got one last question. Mr. Tsotsi, the issue of Sumitomo came up yesterday when you talked about it in the context of Mr. Koko.
Yes.
In his statement to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee and in his affidavit to this commission, he outlines that aspect in regard to the suspension of Mr. Malesela. What's the surname? Help me with the surname again.
Sikasimbi.
Sikasimbi. That he had been suspended and you wanted that suspension to be reversed. You, according to him, sends Mr. Matona to him to reverse the suspension. Otherwise, he says, him and Mr. Matona would be suspended. And according to him, he says, their suspension on the 11th of March 2015, he believes, was orchestrated by you in relation to that aspect of his refusal to unsuspend, the word is used, Mr. Malesela Sikasimbi. Your response to that?
Chair.
Sorry, Mr. What I would like you to tell the chairperson is whether the underlying reason for the suspension of Mr. Koko and Mr. Matona had to do with the failure by him to reverse or withdraw the suspension of Mr. Malesela Sikasimbi.
Chair, that is incorrect. That is, without a doubt, incorrect. Mr. Machela speaks, when I saw his affidavit, speaks of this incident as having occurred on the 8th, the Sunday, the 8th, the same day I was at the president's residence. And that I asked Mr. Matuna to instruct him to unsuspend this gentleman that he had suspended in his division. Now, I was here when Mr. Matuna was giving his evidence. He clearly indicated, and of course, sorry, before I get there, to say then, if he does not suspend this gentleman in his division, then, or unsuspend him, I'm sorry, if he does not unsuspend him, I will then suspend Mr. Matuna and himself. Hence, that is the reason why he's been suspended. So I'm saying that because he claims that this communication with Mr. Matuna took place on Sunday, for me, that leaves much to be desired because Mr. Matuna, when he was here, clearly made a statement to the effect that the first time he encountered this idea of suspension was on the afternoon when he was called by the committee to be addressed on the issue of suspension. I would have expected Mr. Matuna, if that were the case, to have indicated clearly that he'd heard of the suspension of himself and he'd heard about it as early as Sunday when I purportedly phoned him. So I reject what Mr. Machela is saying. He is a good engineer, Chairman, but he has a great imagination as well. Which two things don't seem to go together. So I think I certainly do not agree with his statement.
Thank you, Chairperson. That wraps up my questions to Mr. Tsotsi, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsotsi. If later on, because the Commission's investigations continue, if later on there is something that we wish you to come and clarify, we will ask you to please come back. But we will try and make sure that we don't ask you to come back unless it's really necessary. Miss, your legal representative may be wishing to re-examine you. I'm going to ask him whether he wishes to do so. Would you like to re-examine, or you have no re-examination?
Thank you, Chairperson. I will have re-examination.
Yes.
During the lunch break, I had engaged my colleague, Mr. Sileke,
Yes.
and intimated to him that perhaps you will give guidance whether you wish us to do that now or you have other witnesses and we could do it in the morning.
Do you have an idea of how long you might be with if you were to re-examine now?
I imagine about half an hour max, 45 minutes.
About half an hour. What is the time now?
I'm mindful of the time frames of yesterday.
Yes. Yes. Well, before we start with another witness, it would be better to finish with Mr. Tsotsi. It may be that, I see it's 4:20. It may be that we should take a short adjournment. The witnesses who were supposed to have testified today, let's talk about that.
Yes.
How long would be the next witness, do you think, Mr. Seleke? Do you have an idea?
Chairperson, they said, one judge said any estimation of time that a legal practitioner gives you multiplied by 2.
Yes.
Let me try to give the chairperson an answer during the adjournment.
Yes, you know what I'm thinking is that next week,
yes,
I think there is room for hearing some witnesses next week. Now, it may well be that if some of the days next week are available and all concerned are available, may well be that we have to choose whether we move everybody by one day. You know? So those who were to testify today, testify tomorrow. Those who were to testify tomorrow, testify on Friday. And then we find a day next week when we can complete.
Yeah.
Or whether we take today's witnesses and put them next week on one of the days, and then tomorrow continue with the witnesses who are going to give evidence tomorrow.
Yes.
And Friday.
Yes.
So maybe if we take this adjournment, you can apply your mind to that, as well as discuss with whoever you might be able to discuss with who may be affected with that arrangement.
Yes.
And that might affect how far we go today. But I think that we should, if possible, try and get Mr. Tsotsi to be re-examined so that, if possible,
that's right,
he's done.
That's a sensible approach.
Yeah, yeah. So let's take an adjournment.
Each of the remaining witness will not be, each of the remaining witness, Chair, will not be less than 3 hours.
Will not be less than 3 hours.
Will not be less than 3 hours.
Yes. Okay, all right. Let's take this adjournment, and it's nearly 25 past. Shall we say we resume at 1:45, just to give a little bit more time?
Indeed.
To discuss.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
Chair.
we'll resume at 4:45. We adjourn. after they've sanitized. I just need to emphasize that in terms of the regulations, the re-examination is intended to clarify aspects of the witness evidence, just to clarify. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I believe my learned friend is listening.
Thank you. So, Mr. Tsotsi, your legal representative will now get a chance to re-examine you. That simply means he'll be asking you questions aimed at giving you a chance to clarify whatever he thinks might need clarification. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ngwesha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a few points, Mr. Tsotsi, that I'd like you to clarify. You were asked by the Chairperson earlier in your evidence that to the extent that you did not apply for the first term as a director, and the fact that Mr. Tony Gupta, if I recall well, would have intimated to you that we put you in, we could take you out, whether you knew how it came about that you were appointed. Now, in your evidence, you mentioned that Mr. Siabonga Mahlangu approached you. Do you want to tell the Chairperson what the nature of your relationship with Mr. Mahlangu was that would have led him to approach you?
Okay, Chair. Mr. Mahlangu and I got to know one another with the work that we were doing in the ANC. And I had...
I'm sorry, the work that you were doing?
In the ANC, the African National
Congress. You knew him from the ANC?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
That is prior to your taking your first term as chairperson of the Eskom board?
Yes.
You knew him already?
Yes. I used to lead some discussions within the workshops and the work that we're doing inside the ANC, and at times I would see him attending some of these. And having had the experience I had when I was working for Eskom, there were certain aspects which I was charged with to assist in growing the consciousness of, part of the political school that work we were doing. So Mahlangu got to know me then, and I think out of that grew the interest. Once he was now senior enough and was now the advisor to the minister. It seems as though he latched onto those things, to that experience he and I had at that time.
Did I understand you correctly that you said you used to work for Eskom?
Yes, of course. I mean, I think he also was aware that I worked for Eskom for, 9 years in a senior capacity.
Yeah, that is previously before you became chairperson of the board.
Yes, correct, Chairman.
So he knew you had experience of working at Eskom.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much. If I may move to the next point, then. Mention was also made of the meeting that was initiated by Ms. Dudu Myeni former chairperson of the SAA, and the fact that she facilitated this meeting, according to your evidence, which occurred, as I recall, on the 8th.
Just raise your voice, Mr. Nabesh.
Thank you. That occurred, as I recall, on the 8th of March in Devon at the President's residence. Now, please clarify in your own mind and knowledge why a member of another state-owned entity unrelated to Eskom business would be in a position to facilitate a meeting between you as the current chairperson and the President of the Republic.
Mr. Chair, apart from having been colleagues with Dudu, because we're both in the SOE space, we knew one another in that fashion. But I think in this instance, the fact that I was aware that she had a close relationship with President Zuma, and she chaired his foundation. And besides that, I do recall at some time in my communication with President Zuma that he did say to me that should I need to see him urgently, I should feel free to ask Dudu to make the arrangements for such a meeting. So at the time then when Dudu came forth and said this,
Miss Myeni.
Miss Myeni
Yeah.
said this.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we stick to what's acceptable. Of course, her name is Dudu, but let's refer to her as Miss Myeni.
So at the time when Ms. Myeni made the call to me and the request, I understood that indeed this is a plausible communication coming from the President. Yeah, so I had no qualms about the fact that I'm being called by somebody who is not related to the Eskom business. Yeah.
Are you able to remember when it was that President Zuma said to you, should you need to see him urgently or speak to him urgently, you should feel free to contact Ms. Myeni, who would then make all the arrangements? Are you able to remember roundabout when that would have been? In terms of the year, obviously, I'm not looking for the exact date.
Chair, there could possibly have been maybe in 2013.
2013?
Yes, could have been 2013.
Okay.
Yes.
Would that have arisen out of any meeting that the chairpersons of the boards of different SOEs might have had with Mr. Zuma? Or you were having a meeting with him and he mentioned this? It's not like you had a meeting with him and Ms. Myeni and he mentioned this.
Yes, I was having a discussion with him at the time.
Yes.
Direct, yes.
Just the two of you?
Yes, just the two.
Okay, and then he said, should you need to see him urgently or talk to him urgently, the person to contact would be Ms. Myeni?
Yes.
Yes. At that time, did that surprise you or not really?
No, Chair, it didn't surprise me because, as I said, I knew that she had been, at the time, the chairperson of the Jacob Zuma Foundation. And so her closeness with the President was, a matter of public knowledge.
Do you recall whether this meeting between you and him was at the presidency or the presidential residence, Mahlamandlovu, or elsewhere?
No, Chair, it was definitely not. It could have been in Cape Town. I just have a sense that something was happening in Cape Town, and I was there.
Yeah, in his residence, in the office, or maybe at some function?
No, it should have been at some function.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
It's just that it sounds strange to me because I would have thought that your discussion would have been that if you needed to talk to him about Eskom work. I'm assuming it was during the time that you were chairperson of Eskom.
Yes.
And I would have thought that he would say, and maybe he would not need to say this, should you need to see me, you can phone my office, and arrangements can be made. So it just seems strange to me that he would say, if you need to see me urgently, just contact Mr. Myeni. And he doesn't ask you to contact his office. As I say, he would not need to say that because you would know if you need to see him, you contact his office.
Chair, I hear what you're saying, but I didn't put too much credence into
Yes. No, that's fine. It's just that it's a piece of information that you have just mentioned now, and it's yes, Mr. Ngobesha.
Thank you, Chairperson. If we may move to the point regarding the donation or support, or put differently, attendance to the ANC January 8th dinner, business dinner as it was discussed in Nelspruit in 2015 January, if I understood well. Question was, and correctly so, why would Eskom, being a state-owned enterprise, be seen to be partisan in donation to a political party? Now, your response obviously was what it was. Did you perhaps try and follow through on this by any chance to verify what the true state of facts may be?
Yes, Chair, I certainly was concerned about your concern on this matter. And I thought to myself, maybe it might be useful if I could try and get some information on this. And I spoke to a gentleman who, at the time of this particular event, was the director of, or was the director of communications at Eskom. And I sent him a message to say, look, I'm at the commission and this matter has come up. Can you shed any light on whether actually Eskom actually paid money to the ANC or the ANC benefited financially from Eskom at the event? And he sent me a message back to say, as far as he recalls, there were no payments that were made to the ANC at that particular event.
How was this communication received or sent by you?
It was a WhatsApp message, yes.
With your permission, Chairperson, it appears as a very short exchange. If I may ask him to just read it verbatim.
I wonder whether, because I think it's something important, maybe the person could be asked to depose to an affidavit, rather.
Yeah.
To depose to an affidavit, and I think the commission can just investigate further also. So maybe you might not need to read it, but
that should suffice.
That should suffice. Yeah.
But certainly, what's more important is what your understanding of why you had to honor the appearance at the ANC Gala dinner. What was your state of understanding?
Yeah, as I said, I took it that there was an opportunity to state the support that Eskom is giving to its customers and to the public in general through the 49M campaign, and that there was an opportunity, apart from that, to speak to a large customer base of Eskom, both present in the room in the form of the business people that were there and others who were there, and especially those who were accessible via the television of the South African Broadcasting Corporation. So I took advantage of that, and that is really the essential reason why I was there.
Put differently, were you aware at the time of appearance there that Eskom, as was suggested, would have paid a fee for you to sit at the table?
No, I was not aware at all. That thought never crossed my mind at all. Yeah, I just wasn't aware, Chair. Yes,
right. If I may move on, I think this probably is my last point. You mentioned that prior to the suggestion, proposal, instruction, depending on who's listening and how they receive it, about the inquiry into affairs of Eskom, that you yourself at some point harbored a view which you expressed to some of your board members, perhaps in an informal session, the previous year, about an independent assessment, as you put it. Could you clarify what you meant by that?
Okay, Chair. What was in my mind at the time I was thinking about an independent assessment of Eskom's situation was we needed to engage in an inquiry that would elicit where the difficulties Eskom is experiencing are. And as I said in my testimony, by the time I was invited to the presidency, to the president's residence to talk about this, the idea was not new to me at all. I had canvassed the idea with a few individuals. At the time, my thinking was that I would like, with the permission of the stakeholders who would be interested or impacted by this, to put together a very high level think tank or an expert advisory body to deal with the Eskom situation. And the reason why I felt I needed to do this is because increasingly I was becoming aware of the fact that Eskom is reaching a point where it cannot solve its own problem by its own. And one reason for that, Chairman, is the tremendous amount of, shall I say, interest in Eskom from a variety of stakeholders. There are so many entities and bodies and individuals and so on that have a stake in the company that as you want to drive the business in one direction, you run into a situation where a certain stakeholder is not happy with that direction, and you try something else, you think will work, the same thing happens. So I felt there was a need for a very high level group of experts. And I started to speak to some people, primarily in the private sector at the time, just to test the ground with certain people that I felt could be role players there, some from overseas. And so my idea was then coupling that with doing an inquiry on Eskom would then result in a situation where there's an independent understanding of where Eskom's problems lie. And so it would give the opportunity to an independent group or a group to see to what extent they can infuse their own thinking and support of this, to ensure that Eskom is able to get out of the situation that it's in now, relatively uninhibited or unencumbered by a lot of self-interest that exists already. So that is one of the reasons why I had an interest, let alone the fact that obviously the company was bleeding and it needed to get some independent way of assessing what its problems are. And obviously, in such a process, there was no contemplation of anything about suspensions and this sort of thing. So I just feel, Chairman, that unfortunately that process pretty much was hijacked. And it defeated the whole intent that I, in my mind, had, to the extent that even I was removed from the situation. So there was what I would call fairly noble reasons why I had an interest in the whole question of an inquiry at Eskom. It had very specific intents. So I just thought that, because I really didn't elaborate on that, I needed just to mention that. And there are people out there who know about this intention that I had.
Is there, following through on this very point, an organization of a similar to Eskom anywhere else that perhaps thrives and is a model you would have wished to consider in that process?
Yes, Chair. Eskom has been a member of an international organization consisting of other utilities. And so one has had the opportunity to be exposed to very successful Escoms all over the world. And incidentally, that you should ask that, because I then even had the thought, that's now down the line, that with the difficulties that we are experiencing now, one could contemplate some sort of partnership with a company that does exactly the same thing that Eskom does, which practically mirrors Eskom. And one of those companies is a company called KEPCO. It's a very successful Korean electricity company in South Korea. It's a little, around 1.5 times the size of Eskom, but with this same vertically integrated setup as Eskom, with the same energy mix as Eskom and even more. So I said to myself, even in the current environment, where there is a lot of speculation out there about how to improve Eskom's current performance, where there are thoughts about private sector investment and this type of thing, I just feel that had I had the opportunity, I think we would have had a good chance to have a good go at what we can do with Eskom, given that there are other like-minded and like-structured entities such as the ones I'm talking about.
Of course, when you talk about other Escoms of the world, it is said that there was a time when our Eskom was the envy of the world. That's how respected it was once upon a time.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely, Chair. Founded on three very basic principles. Produce and supply electricity at an affordable and reliable way. Create employment with the purpose of creating expertise along with it. And make sure that you're self-sustaining. Those are the only three things Eskom is required to do. That's the mandate Eskom had at its inception. And that is exactly the same mandate Eskom has today. So all we're doing, all we're striving for, is to bring Eskom back to that basic mandate of those three requirements. That's all. And I think the support Eskom can get exists out there without the concerns of privatization and over-corporatization and all of those concerns that a lot of stakeholders at Eskom have. And obviously, you're talking about a government entity having a negotiated arrangement with another government-owned entity. So I think there are ways. We just need to be willing to be imaginative.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. I must indicate that Mr. Tsotsi is quite passionate about this aspect. And within the constraints of re-examination, I will not take it further.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
But I thought it was important to link, as it were, his concept of an assessment independent and what that would contemplate.
Yes.
And the coincidence of an inquiry that in his evidence he says was hijacked.
Yeah.
Now, just to complete this point, Mr. Tsotsi, you've said, in your view, this noble initiative of an inquiry extended to suspensions, as you testified and others did, appears to have been hijacked. Now, my intention is not for us to elaborate so much into that. I'm sure the chairperson will make his own determination on the facts as he receives them. However, of interest, I just want to understand if you did take note, and my apologies, Chairperson, I may not be able to refer you to the exact pages because I don't have the bandwidth.
That's fine, that's fine.
But certainly, my recollection of Dr. Ngubane's affidavit, amongst other things, discloses that he is an erstwhile partner of Mr. Salim Issa in a private business of their own, which, according to him, says that never really took off. Were you aware of this at the time that he joined the board?
No, Chairman, absolutely not.
Was this, more importantly, ever disclosed at any point under the declaration of interest, if it so happened that there would be such?
I would have known if that was the case, and I don't recall that it happened.
Secondly, and I'm trying to rush, Mr. Romeo Khumalo, it's public knowledge that he resigned 14 months after appointment. You are aware of that?
Yes, I became aware of that.
Were you aware that he and Mr. Pamensky were also co-directors of a company at some stage before appointment to Eskom board?
No, I was
as
not
per
aware.
the articles that were published in the newspapers.
No, Chair, I was not aware.
Now, post your removal from Eskom, certain developments occurred that included replacement of executives. And certain business dealings occurred. Are you aware of any that occurred that appear to have been aligned with Gupta interest or Gupta company interest?
Sorry. What is that noise? You switch off cell phones. Okay. Yes, Chair, in answer to the question, yes, I certainly became aware of the controversy that came about a few months after I had left Eskom and the change that occurred at Eskom of the executives, that some of those executives got embroiled in an issue that had to do with the purchase of Optimum Mine by the company Segeta, which company was owned purportedly by the Gupta family, where in fact Eskom was said to have financed that purchase. So yes, from that perspective, I became aware of that and subsequently other things that came to the fore.
Right. And the very last one. I believe it's again, now this time I think it is Ms. Brown, the former minister, statement, which inter alia intimated that she could not comprehend how, as chairman, who merely had to deal with 4 board meetings a year, a non-executive role, had a staff of 11. Of course, and a driver, full-time driver. Of course, you responded to this by saying that you only had 2 that were supporting you over and above access through the chief executive's office whenever there was expertise required to support you. But I'm interested for you to clarify for the attention of the chairperson the nature of your job, A, what in your view and understanding was your key areas of performance as chairperson. And to expedite the thing, 2 would be, how often would you need to attend to Eskom business, as it were, in terms of your diary per week or per month?
Yes, Chair. It is true that there are 6 formal board meetings per year. But, you know, the complexity of Eskom is testimony to the fact that though you may be a non-executive director, you will not get away with less than 2 board meetings per month, sometimes more. So the whole response to the Eskom environment is driven by the fact that the company is extremely complex. So the effort that is required to keep abreast of what's going on in the business of Eskom is quite big. It requires, for a non-executive director, to be able to avail at least 60%, 70% of the time. I'm talking about a person who's in the role of a chairman. Now, if you consider the key role in the organization that a director has to undertake, obviously there's the control of the business and there's the oversight of the business. And then there is the strategic interest that Eskom has with stakeholders outside of the organization, which are a multiplicity of stakeholders. You know, there's Parliament, there are the customers, and there's government itself, the shareholder, and the external stakeholders, even outside of the country, institutions that Eskom belongs to. And you're expected to be able to be visible as a business so that the concerns the company has are addressed and are seen to be addressed adequately. And that applies to non-executive directors as well. So I think I would say if one really truly understood the role that the chairman of a company such as Eskom had to undertake, one would appreciate that the complexity of the business mandates that that person be busy at least 60, 70% of the time.
So the proposition that you only had to attend to 4 board meetings a year, would that be accurate?
No, of course not. That's totally inaccurate. As I said, it's not tenable.
So, based on what you have just said about how many meetings you had to attend, it seems it would be fair to say you may have had to attend certainly more than double what the 4 or 6 that were mentioned. Actually, the meetings you had could be as high as what, 16 per year, in a year?
Very easily.
Actually, depending, it could go to 20, even 24, if it's two per month, and
yes,
sometimes more. So it could easily go to over 20.
That's correct, Chairman.
Now, if you look at the number of meetings that your board had during your first term as chairperson, that first board that you led, would the number of meetings that you are talking about based on what happened during that term, when you say about at least two meetings a month, is it very much based on that experience of that first term?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, because after all, in the second term, you were not there much. You were removed quite early.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and so that's quite a lot of meetings. So, yeah, okay.
Did you occupy an office at Eskom head office?
Yes, the chairman normally has an office at Eskom, and as I say, a PA. And the driver is not a full-time individual. The driver will do work for the chairman for the business of Eskom. And once that is done with, then the driver is available to the organization. He's not dedicated to the chairman. He drives whoever, and there's always some need for that in the organization.
Of more interest, Mr. Tutu, were you in a position to accept any other job at the time as a result of this appointment?
Well, that's the point, Chairman. It would be virtually impossible to do another job. It's actually not possible. Cannot. I was offered a job and I had to turn it down, so there was no way I could do it. Yes, you just can't. In fact, even the non-executive directors who are just directors in the company were experiencing some difficulties with their own jobs and having to attend to Eskom business. So I knew that because sometimes people were unable to attend meetings because of commitments at work and so on.
So during your first term as chairperson of the Eskom board, you didn't have any other full-time job, or you didn't have a full-time job? Because I guess the Eskom one was also not full-time, but it nevertheless took a lot of your time.
No, I couldn't hold down another job, Chairman. I didn't.
Yes. And did you say something along the lines that it took about 60% of your time that is now being chairperson of Eskom business?
Yes, at least 60, I would estimate between 60 and 70%.
Yes. Did you spend a lot of time in the office, or most of the time you worked from home or from whatever other office and only went to the Eskom office when there were to be meetings of the board or of committees that you had to attend, or your meetings with some of the executives?
Chair, I didn't go to the office every day. I had an arrangement where I had an executive in the office who essentially looked after the office because there were issues on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, they would send documents to my house that I would have to deal with in one way or another.
Yeah.
Because I resisted the temptation of spending every day at the office because I had other things that I wanted to do.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. If I beg your pardon, I know I said last time, but I just need to make reference to this statement. I think it's in page 224 of the Eskom bundle 07A.
Okay, 224.
224.
024.
It's 224, page number. Eskom bundle 07, small letter, alphabet A. Statement by Nicholas Lell.
Okay, that is the statement of Mr. Lell.
That's correct. Have you found it, Mr. President?
Yes, 224, I have it.
Now, I just want to zoom into the matter of interest here, which is on the last page. Paragraph 53.
Yes.
It reads, given the nature of the work that I was anticipating being engaged to do, I have since the 11th been receiving information from anonymous sources that might be relevant to this inquiry, to an inquiry of this nature rather. Amongst these were 53.1, that the CEO had been given advance warning of his possible suspension prior to the 11th. 53.2, that the minister met privately with some of the board members prior to the formal meeting of the 11th. 53.3, that the minister had previously cancelled a scheduled board meeting on the 29th of February, I suppose he means the 26th, but anyway, 29th of February, as it had come to her knowledge that the board wished to raise the issue of no confidence to the chairman. This was presumably well before the inquiry was ever mooted. Now, were you aware of this? Are you aware of any of these allegations contained in Mr. Lell's statement?
I am only aware of, I think, Chair 1. That was the one which relates to the probable reason for the cancellation or postponement of the meeting of the 29th. I'm sorry, here the 26th, actually. That there was an intent to effect a motion of no confidence in the chairman. That I have heard prior to seeing this here. So,
Let's clarify, did you hear prior to seeing it here, or you had not heard prior to seeing it here?
no, I had heard about it. Nick had told me about it. We spoke about it.
That was prior to the 11th of March 2015.
That would have been,
Did you hear about it before the meeting of the 11th of March 2015, or did you hear about it only later?
it probably would have been shortly thereafter, Chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
Shortly after the 11th of March.
I think so. The environment was such that Nick himself was unhappy about what was going on
Yes,
subsequently.
yes.
So I think we were talking about what could be goings on, if you like, around, Eskom and the issues.
Okay.
53.4, that the board in fact informed the minister on the 20th of the determination to remove the chairman. Were you aware of this?
Now, the 20th, I'm trying to understand in relation to, yes, this I was aware of. I mentioned this in my testimony.
When we say 20th of which month? If we may just confirm.
Okay, 20th of March.
Must be 20 March.
Okay.
Yes, you recall, Chairman, I said that.
Just let's go on to the next one.
Okay.
53.5, that the minister was reported having told the portfolio committee on the 26th or thereabout that she was expecting a formal letter with regard to the board intention to remove the chairman. That you were also aware or not?
No, I'm not aware. I presume they're talking about the 26th of March.
Of interest to me is that Mr. Nick Lell, in this statement, and you say it was said to you, appears to suggest very clearly that prior to the first ordinary meeting of the board that was scheduled, that ultimately was cancelled at the 11th hour, there was already a view that you must be a motion of no confidence against.
Yes, I think in simple terms, Chair, I think it would have been laughable because there would have been no basis for anything like that. It would have been the first board meeting. I think it would have, I don't know what to say.
Well, you gave evidence that Minister Brown had told you early in 2015 that if you didn't stop interfering in certain matters, she would find somebody else to do your job. And you also said that you were told by Mr. Tony Gupta early in 2015 that they had put you into this position and they could take you out. Were there any other people who ever spoke to you about you being out of this position of chairperson of the board, other than those two?
Not
prior to the 11th of March.
After?
Prior to the 11th of March. Because my recollection is that these two spoke to you prior to the 11th of March, actually either January or February. The one was around the SONA time, isn't it?
Both of them around the SONA time.
Both of them are around. They're on the same day, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, and SONA would have been either in January or February, early February. Do you remember whether it was in January or February? SONA?
The SONA would have been most likely early February.
Early
to mid-February.
February. So, so early February 2015, you are told by these two people, different times, but same day, they each tell you something about you possibly no longer being in this position. And And about a month later, you start sensing certain things within the board, but 2 months you don't last more than 2 months after that, because you then end up resigning on the 30th of March. So it takes 2 months after you were told, about 2 months after you were told these things by the two people, and you are out of Eskom. You are out of this position. Okay.
Chair, I've been trying to think. I can't recall, other than those two occasions,
Yes.
if I had been told or had heard that I would be facing a motion of confidence. On the basis of the rationale you're raising now, it seems to me that had that been the intent, that would have been the genesis of it, because there would be nothing else that the board members would have had.
Board members, as you said, when you spoke to the minister, when she said the complaints from some board members and from the executives about you interfering, you said board members hardly know how I look like. So they didn't know much about you. There wasn't enough time for them to come to any conclusion about whether you should be chairperson or not in terms of your performance.
Yes. And it does smack of some external influence, clearly. Should it have been, should have come to pass, it would clearly have smacked of external influence.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before I formally conclude, is there anything on your side that you feel perhaps needed clarity that we may not have covered?
The only thing that I think I mentioned in my affidavit, Chair, has to do with what transpired out of the Gupta email leaks. I mentioned there that...
The Gupta leaks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mentioned there, Chairman, that a certain gentleman named Mr. Hova, who worked in one of the Gupta companies.
Was he
Apparently,
was he the TNA editor?
I'm not sure whether it was the actual editor, but he was involved in
Please proceed.
Gupta business. And there is an email which is attributed to Mr. Hova, which is addressed to Dr. Ngubani. And this email deals with the offer of assistance by Mr. Hova to Dr. Ngubani in the drafting of a letter of resignation for myself. And this communication occurs approximately 10 days before I resign.
So that would be around 20 March.
Yes, somewhere around there. Unfortunately, I don't have the requisite document, but...
Yeah, no, the commission has got a hard drive that is helpful in this regard. It might be that one or other work stream of the commission has got that. I think the legal team and the investigators will find that. They'll find that and they'll communicate with you so that you can have a copy. But that would be brought to the hearing as well, so that it forms part of this.
Yes, Chair, I would be happy because I think it reinforces my proposition that there's been an external hand in all of this.
Yes.
And that invariably it seems to point to the Gupta family.
Yeah.
And it comes as no surprise, considering the threat that I'd received from Tony Gupta some month or so before that.
Yes.
So I just thought it also obviously reflects on what would be collusion between that family and members of the board who were board members along with me. If indeed the veracity of that email is confirmed, then it would certainly clarify some aspects which have got to do with this relationship of board members with the Gupta family.
Yeah. Of course, I think you said that Mr. Tony Gupta had accused you at some stage of not assisting them. Is that correct?
Correct, Chairman.
You see, I've had a lot of evidence in this commission since August 2018 when the commission started hearing evidence. I've had evidence from Mr. Themba Maseko who said, Mr. Ajay Gupta said to him, in effect, you know, anybody that doesn't want to cooperate with us, in talking about ministers and I assume DGs, you know, we report to the President Zuma, and as I recall, Mr. Themba Maseko said, Mr. Ajay Gupta said, then that person would be dealt with. But ultimately, either on that occasion or on another occasion, according to Mr. Maseko, Ajay Gupta said, well, he said to him, no, it was another occasion, said, well, you are not cooperating with us, so I'll report you to your seniors and they'll replace you. So if that evidence of Mr. Maseko is true, and at this stage it stands unchallenged, then it would mean that Mr. Ajay Gupta may have reflected on how they operate. They operated. Mr. Maseko was subsequently moved from his position at GCIS. And in circumstances where about 6 weeks or so before that, his minister, Mr. Chavane, was part of a panel that assessed his performance at GCIS and gave him more than 100% points to show how happy they were with his performance in his job. He was moved, and he ultimately had to get out of public service. Mr. Jonas gave evidence before me and said he had a meeting at the Gupta residence on the 23rd of October, 2015. That is the same year we are talking about. He said one of the Gupta brothers, and it does appear that it would have been Tony Gupta, because it's common cause he was in the house, and he was the only Gupta brother in the house on that day. So if Mr. Jonas' evidence is correct, is true, and I know that Mr. Dudu Zuma denies it, Mr. Hlongwane denies it, so I will still assess and see which version is true. But if Mr. Jonas' evidence version is true, then the position would be that, according to him, Mr. Tony Gupta told him that Mr. Nhlanhla Nene was going to be fired by President Zuma, because he was not working with them. And they wanted Mr. Jonas to work with them and take the job of being Minister of Finance. And 6 weeks or some weeks later, Mr. Nene was fired. He was fired in circumstances that seem very strange as well. Tony Gupta was allegedly involved there. Mr. Kona was chairperson of the SAA board. Can't remember the year, maybe 2011, I'm not sure, or thereabout. And he was made acting CEO. He has given evidence and said he was called to a meeting at the Gupta residence where Mr. Tony Gupta was there, and I think Mr. Dudu Zuma was there as well. He effectively was asked to facilitate some job for the Guptas or some tender or contract, and he was offered initially, I think, 100,000 rand. And when he didn't take that, I think he said it was increased to 500,000 rand. He did not take it. It didn't take long before he was removed from that position. Mr. Tugwana has given evidence before me. Mr. Tugwana was an MEC in the Free State government. He gave evidence that he was taken by Mr. Esma Khashule to the Gupta residence. I think he went there on 2 occasions, but on one of the occasions, Mr. Tony Gupta, or on both occasions, Mr. Tony Gupta, I think was there. He met with him, and Mr. Dudu Zuma was there too. He says Mr. Tony Gupta wanted him to sign a certain document which would have given the Guptas some contract in his Department of Agriculture, if I remember correctly. He refused. He offered him a lot of money, didn't know how much, but he said it was full in a briefcase similar to the briefcase that lawyers carry. He said it was opened, it was full of notes there. He turned it down. Of course, he was later removed from the position of being MEC, but he says he was told by Mr. Makhashule that he was being removed in order to make space for a woman so that there would be more women in the executive council. I'm sure there are other stories. So you had interactions with Mr. Tony Gupta, who threatened you with taking you out of this position. And Mr. Jonas, one of the things Mr. Jonas said was that the Gupta brother, who was in a meeting with him on the 23rd of October, told him that there were a number of people who worked with them, worked with the Guptas. And he mentioned some. And among those that he mentioned was Miss Lynn Brown and Brian Mulefe. And Mr. Jonas says this Gupta brother told him that these ones that worked with them, their careers were fine. They would be well looked after. So when I look at your evidence and what happened, what you say happened to you, I have to look at the totality of the evidence that I've been hearing. And I'm just mentioning some parts of evidence that I've heard that involve Mr. Tony Gupta and other people. You might not need to comment or anything. I just thought you might appreciate having that picture.
Thank you.
You are done.
Thank you very much. We're indebted to the court, to the chairperson for the indulgence granted.
Yes.
Many thanks.
Thank you. I will excuse you now, Mr. Tsotsi. Thank you very much too for coming to give evidence. As I indicated, should a need arise for us to ask you to come back, we will ask you to come back. But we hope that won't be necessary. Okay, you are excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Sileka?
Thank you, Chairperson. The arrangement, Chairperson, is that we will proceed tomorrow with one of the witnesses who was scheduled for today, Ms. Venita Klein. We envisage completing her evidence in the morning and hopefully starting with Dr. Ngubane in the afternoon.
Okay.
Thursday afternoon, if we are not finished Thursday evening, then with your permission, Chair, we might continue in the morning on Friday.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine, we will do that. But there were two witnesses who were meant for today, isn't it?
Yes, then there's Ms. Suzanne Daniels.
Yeah.
And we have conferred with you in regard to her position during the adjournment.
Yes.
And we have indicated your immediate position to her and her attorneys that an announcement will be made either during the course of tomorrow or Friday.
Yeah.
About when next week will she testify.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. No, that's fine. Tomorrow, should we start, maybe we could start at 10?
That will be in order with us.
Or did you think we should try 9:30?
We could try 9:30, Chair.
But in terms of, if we are going to go into Friday anyway, is there a need to, and now that we know one of the witnesses will testify next week, is there a need to start earlier than 10 tomorrow? What do you think?
Yeah, let's start at 10. 10 is fine.
10 is fine.
10 is fine, Chair.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start at 10 then tomorrow. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.